via YouTube. A link to watch the meeting can be found on board docs located on the school board's website. A period for written public comment will be provided before the meeting as well as before each action taken by the board on an action item. Individuals wishing to make a public comment about any of the posted action agenda items will need to click on the agenda items in board docs and submit via the highlighted public comment hyperlink on the agenda item details. Online comments are available for public review. I'd like at this point to ask Mr. Goday if he would lead us in an invocation, and Mr. Ballou do we have a cadet to lead us in the, no, not this time, okay. Would you mind, Mr. Goday? Sure. If you don't mind, please rise.
Our Heavenly Father, please grant us safety and security for all the students in your care, all the teachers, faculty, and staff that work so diligently to try to elevate the character and minds of these students, and may they all be successful in their endeavors. We pray for you to bless our gathering here today and to give us the wisdom to seek your will and to give us the wisdom to understand what is best for the children as we all see fit. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Goday, for being on call like that. Very nice prayer. Thank you. Madam Secretary, would you please call the roll?
District 9, President Tapman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 3, Mr. Howard. District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson. District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
We have a quorum. We move now to item C1, approval of the school board minutes of the May 20th, 2021 regular board meeting and the June 3rd, 2021 committee of the whole meeting as published in the official journal. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Goday, seconded by Mr. Ballou. Any comments? Seeing no comments from the board. Any comments from the audience on the minutes? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
Every vote is crucial in this moment. Okay. We good? Up? Ms. Collins?
The motion carries.
Minutes are approved. We move now to item D, recognitions. D1, recognition of the Bel Air High JROTC VEX Robotics winner, Ms. Collins. Is that, do I have that right? I have your name on it. Usually there's a staff member, but are they here? Are our JROTC people here? Yeah. So come on up. Tell us about what you did, and yeah, either one, sure. Tell us about the great news. And give us your name, too.
Hi, I'm Michael Matthews. I came in second place in the ROTC robotics competition. It was fun. It was kind of like really cool. But I'm into that type of stuff, so
That's
Yeah.
really awesome. What was your robot like? What?
it's a clawbot.
Okay.
It picks up items and puts it in the goal, and you have to manually drive it. So it's pretty cool.
Did it have a good driver? Did your robot have a good driver?
I was pretty much the only driver.
I was just kidding with you. I think that's fantastic. Yeah, go ahead. Vice President Collins.
Sweet, I'm sorry. They changed the little protocol on me a little bit. And so I was supposed to read something, and that's why the poor baby standing there like it was nice. Okay? So, Bel Air Magnet High School participated in a 3-day EBR Public School System JROTC VEX Robotics Seminar at Liberty Magnet High School. Students from the 3-state region, so not just Louisiana, but Texas, Louisiana, and Mississippi participated in a VEX V5, which is high school beginners course for student-built, coded, and competed with VEX robots. And Mr. Michael, when I finish reading, if you could explain what a VEX robot or a VEX robot is, because, I don't know. We don't know. Mr. Michael Matthews, upcoming junior magnet student at Bel Air High, participated in the competition along with 2 other students from Mississippi. They were successful in competition and earned 2nd place overall. Michael will be participating with the Magnet and JROTC robotics team for the upcoming school year. Our JROTC program is led by Lieutenant Corporal Dana Boyd Donald, and our robotics and coding teacher is Ms. Brittany Jackson. Bel Air's principal is Angela Jones, and the Magnet Site coordinator is Lindsay Wesley. And Bel Air Magnet High School is in board member, Madam Vice President's School Board District 4. Shout out for District 4. I'm a queen of shameless plugs, and I encourage all my colleagues to shamelessly plug their areas as well. And so, Michael, if you would proceed with sharing with us on your experience, I'm very proud.
Okay, so basically you build a robot by scratch. So that is very challenging for people. And then you have to also use the parts. You can make your own adjustments. You can make your own robot. There's plenty of robots out there. So you can move them. You can pick stuff up with them. There's competitions every year. And we normally compete in those competitions.
And
Last year, we were supposed to go to World, then COVID hit. So we were supposed to go to World Champions.
okay. Oh, say that one more time, sir. That last part.
World Champs. Yeah.
World champions. District 4, Bel Air Magnet High School. Thank you, sir, so much. Ms. Jones, did you want to say anything? Did anybody else want to elaborate?
We're so very proud of Michael and as well as his mother, Ms. Sarah Matthews. We have a partnership at Bel Air Magnet High School with kind of hybrid and a GRTC program. So we're really excited about that. They have invested in our school, and we're able to do more things because of the GRTC program. So thank you, Colonel Hybrid. And we have here First Sergeant Bassett, who's representing the GRTC program here with us. Colonel Boyd could not be here. But thank you, school board, and continue to support Bel Air High School. And I invite you all to please come and see the great things happening at Bel Air High School.
On behalf of the school board and the superintendent, we are so proud. Thank you, Mr. Michael. For representing us.
And I just want to say that Michael has skills, man. We put him on the spot, and he was smooth as could be. You want to speak? Mr. Baloo has a comment.
Just real quick, it's really exciting stuff. If anyone's interested, are there any pictures or video of the event online for anybody to see?
We don't have any pictures or videos of this event, but we do have many videos from previous events.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
we just don't get to see this year's star.
What am I supposed, how do I do this again? What do I do?
Yeah, there you go.
Last year's?
Yes, I was in last year's.
Oh, okay, it's on the
Now it's-
Bel Air
okay,
website?
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baloo. That is awesome, and Michael is an impressive young man. We move now to item D2, Exxon, recognition of ExxonMobil High School Summer Program recipients. Ms. Stubbs? Ms. Smith?
Hi. I'll be happy to do it.
This is with the, I'm just reading off of this, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just reading off the agenda.
That's
So I didn't know,
okay.
I didn't know who was supposed to come up, so thank you for
That's
coming
okay.
up not clued, but thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, good evening, President Tatman, Vice President Collins, members of the board, and Dr. Narcisse. I'm Kathleen Sarsfield with the Foundation for East Baton Rouge School System, and it is my honor to welcome tonight Kelly Welch with ExxonMobil. She is here to recognize lots of amazing students, so I'd like to bring up Kelly.
Good evening, President Tatman, Vice President Collins, members of the board, and Superintendent Narcisse. As Kathleen said, I am Kelly Welch. I am a Public and Government Affairs Advisor for ExxonMobil here in Baton Rouge, and I'm here tonight to invite you to join me in celebrating some wonderful EBR students that have been hired into our brand new ExxonMobil High School Summer Internship Program. Over this summer, these selected students will shadow our ExxonMobil craft specialists to explore high-paying and high-demand careers available to them right here in Baton Rouge. The students will be mentored by our ExxonMobil employees and will learn how to get started in a variety of trades to help them boost a career in industry. This program is especially exciting since it was just a few months ago that we sought this board support in bringing in our Baton Rouge Refinery Integrated Competitiveness Investment to Baton Rouge so that we could provide opportunities just like this to our high school students. This intern opportunity is largely thanks to your support and to Superintendent Narcisse's vision for bringing EBR students an opportunity to have the knowledge and skills necessary to work in industry. 3 of our 4 EBR selected students and their high school principals are here with us tonight. Our interns are Jaden Moody, who will be a senior at Estruma High School this fall and will join our machinery group to learn about pumps in our refinery this summer. After high school, she plans to attend the Southern University to study mechanical or chemical engineering. Johnny Williams is an incoming senior at Scotlandville Magnet High School and will have an opportunity to learn about our machinery compressor instrumentation, which will continue to build on her electrical background. And Zariel Woods is a graduate of Broadmoor High School. Zariel let us know that chemistry is her favorite subject, so she will have an opportunity to work with a specialist in our analyzer group. Zariel also happens to have been selected for our ExxonMobil and Baton Rouge Alliance for Student scholarships, among with others we'll recognize in just a few moments. We are excited to welcome you into the ExxonMobil family and to be a small part of your success story. Please join me in celebrating these exceptional students.
Are these two separate agenda items, or is there a...
One, two, three. Gotcha. Thank y'all.
I was just going to let him stay up at the mic. And we can go right to D3, and I guess you can pick right up from there.
If that's all right.
Thank you, Ms. Webb.
Thank you. Trying to make it real easy for everybody. It is also my great pleasure to present to you 4 exceptional EBR graduates who have recently been awarded a scholarship from ExxonMobil and the Baton Rouge Alliance for Students. In early spring, we at ExxonMobil asked the Alliance to partner with us to offer a total of $10,000 to 5 students who demonstrate academic excellence, an interest in science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, and who have a strong desire to use their talents in helping their community in the future. I'm joined tonight by the Alliance's CEO, Adonica Duggan, and Chief Strategy Officer, Liz Smith, who helped select these amazing students. And again, we've invited their principals to join us as we celebrate their achievements. The scholarship awardees are Destiny Caldwell from Scotlandville Magnet High School with a GPA of 4.75. Wow. Destiny, that is to be celebrated. Destiny is the valedictorian at Scotlandville High. She plans to attend UCLA in the fall, where she will study mathematics and biological sciences. Jamie C. Link Jr., who is also from Scotlandville Magnet High, has a GPA of 3.49 and plans to study engineering at Alabama State University. Trinity, oh, yes. I think Trinity Quinn got stuck in traffic, but we'll still celebrate her. She was from Madison Preparatory Academy and has a 3.9 GPA. She plans to attend LSU and study psychology. And again, Zariel Woods, whom you've already met, has a 3.6 GPA from Broadmoor High School and plans to study engineering at LSU in the fall. To all of you, ExxonMobil and the Alliance are thrilled to have had a hand in supporting you and your future goals. We know you are going to do great things, and we thank you for thinking ahead of how you will. Yes, Trinity. I've already read your accolades. I'll do it again. Miss Trinity Quinn from Madison Preparatory Academy, 3.9 GPA, planning to go to LSU and study psychology. Thank you for being here. Oh, yes.
I want to thank Exxon and also to congratulate these amazing students. I've got superintendent's medals for everyone.
Thank you, President Tatman.
Thank you, Ms. Welsh, and congratulations to these fine young students. We move now to item D4, proclamation, consideration of a request for the adoption of a proclamation declaring June 19th as the day of celebration and recognition across the East Baton Rouge Parish system as Juneteenth. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, President Tabman. First, let me just say that this is a tremendous honor, not just for our school system, but for our entire state, to know that we are now progressing towards an environment within our state and across our state where we can celebrate different cultures and diversity. My hat goes off to Governor John Bell Edwards for signing the bill into order, naming Juneteenth an official state holiday, as well as State Representative Edward Ted James for his leadership with the Louisiana Congressional Black Caucus, as well as the man of the hour, the person who actually authored the bill, State Representative Larry Selders. My hat, again, goes off to each and every single one of them. But I'll get into the proclamation itself. Proclamation declaring June 19th, Juneteenth Day of Freedom, as a day of celebration and recognition across East Baton Rouge Parish schools. Whereas Juneteenth is the oldest known celebration commemorating the abolition of slavery in the United States and the emancipation of slaves, including blacks, indigenous, and other communities of color throughout the Confederate South. Union soldiers landed at Galveston, Texas on June 19th, 1865, with the news that the war had ended and the enslaved were now free, more than 2 years after the Emancipation Proclamation was issued on January 18, 1963. Until that day, slavery had been relatively unaffected in Texas by the Emancipation Proclamation, and Texas had even been viewed as a safe haven for slave owners to relocate with their slaves because the state experienced no large-scale fighting or significant presence of Union troops. And whereas on that first Juneteenth, a name that combines June and 19th, the people of Texas read the General Order Number 3, which stated, "The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and free labor." The Juneteenth announcement was met with jubilation that spread throughout the country as the communities of color relocated to neighboring states and became reacquainted with families. And whereas the first Juneteenth celebration was a time of reassurance, prayer, and the gathering of family members, Juneteenth continued to be widely observed decades later, with many former slaves and descendants making an annual pilgrimage back to Galveston. Juneteenth today continues to grow within communities and organizations throughout the country. Numerous local and national Juneteenth organizations have arisen alongside older organizations with the common mission of promoting and cultivating knowledge and appreciation of the history and culture of communities of color while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all people and cultures. And whereas we recognize that presently, 155 years after the last enslaved people in the United States of America were freed from the shackles of bondage, people of color continue to struggle and overcome racism and bigotry. And whereas the East Baton Rouge Parish School System wishes to show solidarity and stand with our Black, Indigenous, and communities of color by adopting Juneteenth as an official day of celebration and observation. And whereas during the 2001 legislative session, State Representative Larry Selders authored a bill without opposition, which was signed into law by Governor John Bel Edwards, naming Louisiana as one of 47 states in the nation to have an official state observance of Juneteenth Freedom Day, which will be commemorated annually in Louisiana on the third Saturday in June. Now therefore be it resolved that the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board hereby proclaim June 19th and every June 19th thereafter Juneteenth Freedom Day across East Baton Rouge Parish School System to be celebrated on the third weekend in the month of June, making East Baton Rouge Parish School System the first school district in Louisiana to bestow such an honor. We encourage all East Baton Rouge Parish School System students, employees, schools, families, and community groups to celebrate Juneteenth as a day of remembrance and celebration. I so move.
Moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Vice President Collins. We have a motion and a second. I don't see any comments from the board. We go to the audience. Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, we come back to the board. I want to thank Ms. Collins. Go ahead. I'll wait up.
I'm just going to say the same thing you probably are going to say, that I appreciate my colleague on the board, Board Member Lannis, for bringing this resolution for us. Thank you.
And I was going to say something very similar, and Mr. Selders and Mr. James and others who helped put this together. And what I don't think you mentioned was that the United States House of Representatives just recently also passed this.
I did. But thank
Yeah, you did? Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot. I may have been distracted, I'm sorry. But thank you very much for bringing this. So I see no other questions or comments from the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the roll.
Please vote. The motion carries.
The item passes. We move now to item E, information only, E1 monthly financial report. And seeing no comments from the board, E2 personnel changes. Seeing no questions or comments from the boards. Under item E3, I will I would like to read the announcement of the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board members who have successfully completed annual training for the 2020 year mandated by the Louisiana Revised Statutes, Title 17, Section 53, and the total credit hours received. Board Member Ballou, 6 hours. Board Member Lannis, 5.75 hours. Board Member Howard, 13.5 hours. Vice President Collins, 5.5 hours. Board Member Ware Jackson, 17.5 hours. Board Member Dyson, 7 hours. Board Member Goday, 19 hours. Board Member Bernard, 10 hours. And yours truly, 10 hours. Thank you all for your dedication to continuing education and as a part of your role. We move now to item F1, update from the superintendent, Dr. Narcisse.
Thank you, President Tapman. Just this morning, I was visiting Jefferson Terrace Academy, where I was able to hang out a little bit with our pre-K students who were at their summer camp and summer programs. Just excited to see having almost 200 students in that building over the summer in our ESL program, pre-K, and our summer camp. So just wanted to thank the board for allowing us to continue to expand to get more children in our summer camps. It was very exciting this morning. Facilities and programming expansion proposal. We were excited to announce earlier this week that we are proposing some program expansions and changes as a result of our preliminary findings from the facilities plan and transition report and our strategic plan work. Some of the highlights of our proposal will include creating a dedicated 612 visual and performing arts school, expanding access to high-quality magnet seats across the district, building new school sites to meet the growing demand of our families in the South Baton Rouge area, expanding and scaling the pathway to bright futures through dual enrollment opportunities. As you saw, many students this morning just in the program who are getting industry certifications and going to great colleges. So we're hopeful to expand that opportunity in our city. Establishing a joint literacy task force with the Baton Rouge Mayor's Office to strategically improve literacy rates throughout the parish. We'll continue to engage and work with our communities across the parish to determine the details of these proposals, but anticipate that these proposals will be soon coming. Principal of the Year finalists. Just wanted to congratulate Principal Claudette Perkins, principal at Audubon Elementary School, for being named a finalist of the 2022 Principal of the Year honor. She is one of just 9 principals from across the state who has made it to this level. We're extremely proud of Ms. Perkins, and we wish her all the best of luck. And whether she becomes first or not, but we expect her to be first, we'll invite her up to just acknowledge her for the great work that she has done as a Principal of the Year. Strategic plan. Over the course of the last 2 weeks, we've held 2 strategic plan town halls to gather key feedback from our constituents on our priorities and the priorities and goals of the district moving forward. We've also extended the deadline to provide public input through our online survey until June 30th. I encourage anyone who has not yet had the opportunity to share their thoughts around the strategic plan to do so on our website, ebrschools.org. We wanted to thank Liberty High School for hosting us yesterday. We had a good amount of community members there to be at our strategic plan. And the night before, Scotlandville High School, who also hosted us. We were really excited about getting the community to be a part of our progress as we move our district forward. President Tapman, that is my report.
Thank you, Superintendent Narcisse. I'll move now to item G1, reports from board appointees to committees or agencies. Are there any reports from board members on any activities? Seeing none, we will now suspend the regular meeting temporarily while we open the public hearing and workshop. So I'll call to order this public hearing workshop for the 2021-2022 general fund budget. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
District 9, President Tatman.
Present.
District 4, Vice President Collins.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis.
Here.
District 3, Mr. Howard.
Present. Present.
District 5, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Present.
District 6, Ms. Dyson.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Here.
District 8, Ms. Bernard.
Present.
Miss, who's leading this? Ms. Lopez, I see your name.
Sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Narcisse and board members. This evening, I will be presenting the proposed 2021-2022 general fund budget. The proposed 2021-2022 general fund budget includes staff recommendations for revenue and expenditures, revenue projections based on the revised 2020-2021 budget approved in May of 2021. The financial summary for the general fund includes total revenues of $491.5 million, total expenditures of $489.4 million, a final balance of $2.1 million, and an ending fund balance of $55.9 million. As we have struggled to maintain a positive balance in the past several years, we are strategically using our dollars in additional funding. As a result, we will have a positive balance of over $1 million to complete the fiscal year. This chart shows that relationship between student enrollment and general fund staffing. The district is strategically placing staff in appropriate funding sources. As a result of this strategy, the district will begin to build a reserve in the general fund. The projected unassigned fund balance at the end of the fiscal year will be $38.3 million. Unassigned fund balance is the fund balance that the district can use at its discretion. Projected assigned fund balance at the end of the fiscal year will be $17.5 million, inclusive of inventory cost. Assigned fund balance is the funding that must be used for a specific purpose. The total projected fund balance as of 6/30/2022 is $55.9 million. As a percentage of general fund revenues, it is projected to be 12%. LDOE requires a 7.5% fund balance as a percentage of general fund revenues. This ensures that the district is both financially stable and our fund balance is healthy. The district goal is 15%. The next slides will provide you information regarding our projected revenues for the next fiscal year. Revenue is projected to increase by $24 million. Ad valorem tax collections are projected to increase by 2.2% or $4.2 million. Sales tax collections are projected to increase by 0.5% or $0.6 million. Interest on investment will remain unchanged, and administrative fees for charters will increase by $0.6 million. State MFP will increase by approximately $10.1 million, inclusive of an $800 raise for each certificated staff member and a $400 raise for each support staff member. Federal funds will increase by $8 million due to indirect costs from additional federal funding. JROTC will increase slightly for program growth. The majority of the district's funding, as you can tell from the graph, is from property taxes and state MFP support. ESSER funding is providing a unique opportunity for the district. It will allow the strategic plan to dictate the movement of the budget and the general fund for all students and all staff members. It will allow the opportunity to increase the district's fund balance to ensure that we can build a reserve for later years. The next slides will provide you information regarding our projected expenditures for the next fiscal year. Total expenditures are projected to increase by $22.7 million. A reduction of $1.8 million in prior year encumbrances is included. Regular education will decrease by $10.6 million, inclusive of streamlining staffing by using student enrollment projections and strategically using ESSER funds to reallocate items from the general fund. Special education will increase by $3.3 million for additional staff members for our students. Magnet programs will increase by $1.2 million for continued growth in student enrollment throughout the district. Career and technical education will increase by $0.5 million, also for continued growth throughout our district. Other instructional programs will decrease by $50,000 through funding of alternative school teachers through Proposition 2 and ESSER 3. Instructional staff services will decrease by $0.2 million by streamlining resources and transferring positions to ESSER 3. Special programs budget will decrease by $0.2 million by maintaining the 2020-2021 funding source for all ESL instructional specialists. Operations of maintenance and physical plant services and security will increase by $1.4 million. The utilities through the district will increase due to national average increases and the return to in-person instruction. Transportation services will increase by $3.2 million. This increase is due to increased staff and fuel due to the return of in-person instruction. The district will continue to use DARA grant funds to purchase additional buses for our fleet. Public information and human resources will both increase one position to assist in working with our community stakeholders and staffing in our schools. Other use of funds will increase by $21.2 million with the increase of Type 1 charters and the continued growth of Type 2 and the decreased enrollment of Type 5 charters. The vast majority of the district's expenditures, as you can tell from this chart, are on instruction and other uses of funds. Other uses of funds are where we categorize the charter school payments. The next two slides are a summary of the special revenue book that is available on board docs and given to each board member. It is also available in the general fund budget book on pages 197 and 198. The district has several opportunities that it can take advantage of. The rolling forward of the millage will be a $9 million boost to the district. The review of land sales and school consolidation in the district. This would allow the district to streamline programs in schools along with the strategic plan. Reviewing each department's budget to determine if there are any duplicate services or obsolete services that exist. Professional development contracts will be eliminated as the district begins to have a teams form to provide professional development in the district. Program evaluation will allow the district to reevaluate all programming at the school level. Comprehensive staff program will work with the staff to ensure that all schools are staffed based upon their individual needs. The budget has been shared with each of our board members and was presented to you at the Committee of the Whole. Tonight, we seek your approval of the budget. Any questions?
Vice President Collins.
I just want to go back to the other use of funds.
Yes, ma'am.
On that slide, can you break that down? Other use of funds is what? Most are,
Other use of funds, there's really only three things in other use of funds. There is the appropriation for adult education, that is $200,000.
200,000.
There's the $1 million appropriation that we are still making for the 10% of unpaid that FEMA will not pay back to us for the flood of 2016 and for the COVID.
Okay.
And the rest is for charter schools.
So then the charter school is how much?
21.2 million is going to be the increase. And the 1 million and the 200,000 haven't changed. That's been continuous.
So an increase of 21 million?
Yes, ma'am.
And the total amount is what? If it's increasing by 21 million?
Yes, ma'am. It's about 100, I would have to pull my budget. It's about 126 million.
Okay, that's all I have at this moment. Sure.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. We'll see any other questions. Did you cover both the general fund and the special revenue budgets in that presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I see no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll take a motion to adjourn these, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Dyson. Please. I'm sorry, Ms. Lopez.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but
Sure.
I kind of thought I was going to get some information based on a question that we had at the Committee of the Whole, and when I spoke with you, I'm still seeing in this budget for tonight the reduction of expected students at Shenandoah Elementary.
Yes, ma'am. I provided all that documentation for y'all. It showed the proposed and the February counts, and that also shows the February counts. The major difference in Shenandoah is the pre-K, because general fund doesn't fund pre-K.
Right, but I'm concerned because in February of 2021, it looks like we had 5 kindergarten teachers. And then, and we had budgeted for 4.
Yes, ma'am.
And we needed 5. And then now, this proposed one goes down to 3.
Yes, ma'am, because some of the positions are going to be funded through other sources. That is a projection for only the general fund. It does not include federal funds, state funds, or our local grants.
Can I see how many, like, is there a kindergarten teacher or 2 going to be funded?
Oh, yes, ma'am, there's going to be kindergarten teachers, yes, ma'am.
No, I mean, other than these 3,
Yes,
how
ma'am.
many more are
I
we
can find out.
funding? And how? I mean, I just don't see that the children in the neighborhood are declining in any sort of fashion at all. And the attendance lines include more than the neighborhood, and those are not declining. In fact, the subdivisions are being built as we speak.
Sure.
Every minute. So I don't see how these numbers are going down.
It's not that
in
we're
the
decreasing the
projection.
population, we're decreasing the population in the general fund.
Yeah, and I kind of need to see it at the same time.
Okay.
To know if this is something that I can approve, because I don't want to be put into a situation where after the 10-day head count, warm body count, then we have to go start scrambling for teachers.
Right, and we're absolutely going to staff for their population. That's not a problem.
So I think I'd like to see this on a more of a, like, as registrations are occurring, you know, I really want to keep a very close watch on this.
Yes, ma'am. So this is just general fund. We have positions, when we staff general fund, title, any type of grants, and so we only provide the numbers that are for general fund in this book, but we do give the schools all of their funded positions, so we can actually provide you what we provided the principal, so you can see what the principal received first, based upon the other positions that are funded differently. Because when we actually meet with the principals and we staff the schools, we give them, based upon the available funding sources, all of the positions. And so it's more than what you see in this book, if that makes sense.
Right. I know
But
we
can
don't get a
provide that.
whole lot of title funding. We may have an 8G. Is that, though, for pre-K, not for, yeah?
That's pre-K.
I don't know where the funding that
So
you're
we can-
talking
we
about
can-
and how many positions. I'd like to know when I'd like to see, and I thought I would see before I was expected to vote on this tonight, because we asked at the Committee of the Whole. I appreciate all y'all's work on this, but I didn't get the follow-up that I need to make this educated decision, because I know we don't get a lot of title dollars. And so where's this money coming from, and how many positions? And so what is the actual, when you add it all up, expectation of student enrollment and numbers of employees? So is there a way to get that before I have to vote?
I can share the document. I've tried to pull it off the Google Drive. I can try to share it with you, the staffing rosters, but
Okay.
I mean, they're huge, so these are huge documents, but we can share it with you so you can try to see it. But again, these numbers are just general fund, but we did not cut the other.
It's hard because it's a school that works off of the general fund.
Yes, ma'am.
And so we don't have a lot of lanyard.
Yes, ma'am.
And so I don't understand, and I did ask at the committee of the whole, I'm not trying to blindside y'all. And then I did ask in a follow-up meeting, and was told that that was going to get through, not directly to me, but through to get to me. And I haven't seen it.
And I apologize. I thought that the February count, the proposed count that I provided was what you were looking for. But as you know, we're moving positions into ESSER 3. That is probably where those positions are going to be funded through, is ESSER 3. Because
So,
we're
I mean,
moving.
Probably, I'd like to see like how
Sure.
many, I don't see how we're going to survive on 3 kindergarten teachers. So I want to
Right.
know what
And we can
our
provide you the staffing
intentions are.
worksheet. There's not going to be just 3 kindergarten teachers
No.
at Shenandoah, but a portion of each school is now going to be funded through ESSER 3 for those positions.
Okay, if I can just get the details.
Sure.
I appreciate it.
Would you like to feel it? Are you good? Okay, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry I bounced you, Vice President Collins, but you are up next.
Yes, she did eventually answer my colleague's question, Board Member Dyson. That was one of the concerns I was raising. If we shifting $15 million from our general fund for regular recurring expenses, including something as simple as kindergarten teachers, and we adding 20-something million dollars in new recurring funds, what happens when this money run out? Okay, and yeah, I mean, we could say we trying to save money for the reserve, but 15 million shifted to one-time money is a concern. And can I get some clarity as well? And it was a question, I would have researched it before now, but it was a question that didn't come to mind until you were presenting, Ms. Lopez. At the beginning, you mentioned a $1 million balance of the general fund, or something to that effect?
The goal of Dr. Narcisse was at least 1 million, and we're going to be at 2.1 next year.
Okay. And so then, so that's cutting it kind of close. I mean, no, that's what we're going to have left at the end of the year.
Yes, ma'am, that's very good for us.
Well, I mean, the actual 2019, 2020 was 9.7. And if we wouldn't have shifted $15 million of regular occurring expenses, sound like we have a problem.
Well, the 9 million was during COVID, and so it was an odd year. I hate to speak,
Okay,
but that is
no
a
problem.
normal year.
No problem, but I still feel it's important to point out that 2.1 million is what we anticipate after shifting $15 million to one-time money. So we go off the top, unless we just streamline $15 million worth of people, we gonna end up with a $13 million deficit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Goday.
Yes, thank you, President Tapman. Just a couple of quick comments. I do think that the information we were provided was the information that we requested at the time, because I specifically had asked to have the February 2021 head count in there, and I think what we're starting to do is cut through the complexities of all of this, because quite honestly, right now, all of these budgets work hand in hand with each other, and it becomes very difficult for us to track what staffing levels are at schools, what staffing levels are in different departments, because if I go to the special, proposed special revenue funds For instance, under the tax plan Proposition 3, it lists essentially all employees because they all get supplements from there.
Yes, sir.
Some kind of way, we need to have a listing of, and not for today, obviously, but for next year's budget and thing, we need to have a listing of the staffing of all the departments, of all the folks, and how they're being paid and what funds they're being paid from. And I recognize things like the supplements from Prop 3 and stuff like that, but we just need to be able to get a lot more clarity, because there's no way right now I can take this book and add up and understand who is being paid by what in what group to do that. And I think that's what we're striving to get to. So if we want to, I'm just using her, Board Member Dyson's example, if we want to look at Shenandoah, somewhere we should be able to see, this is Shenandoah, and this is all the staffing for Shenandoah, this is all the general fund, this is the special funds, and I recognize special funds flow, services provided and things like that. But here are the head counts at the school being provided by what? And we just need to, I think we're trying to get a better handle on that.
And we can do that through the staffing worksheet because.
But we don't get the staffing worksheet.
Absolutely, but we
So I
can provide
understand.
something that
Yeah.
does like that because like
Right.
Ms. Donaldson said, human resources knows exactly how many
Right.
people are coming from there and we know the sources, but the general fund budget is only going to tell you what the general fund is going to pay for.
And I guess in order to approve the general fund budget, what we're trying to say is we need to have that other insight.
And
so
we
that
can absolutely
look at. And
include
I
that.
understand you can have it, so I would just suggest that for part of the process for next year.
Sure, I think it would be a great addition to the general fund. It can be an additional appendix.
Yes. Thank you very much. Be appendix, instead of Appendix B, it could be Appendix D.
Well,
Appendix
actually,
B is my
we're-
favorite.
I know, and you know, it's Mr. Crochet's too, but it can be Appendix I.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for your help. I know this is a big task. Thank you, President Tapman.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing and return to the regular meeting. Moved by Mr. Lannis. No, that's, we take public comment when the budget is up for discussion and consideration. This was a, yeah, no, this is a workshop, right?
That is correct, yeah. For workshops, public comment is not required. It's
The public, we're going to discuss the budget when it comes up. We did this as an extra step to have them come explain it so that when we debate the budget, which we will have public comment on, we will have more information for us and the public to be able to speak on. I accept Mr. Lannis's motion to adjourn and return to the full meeting. We are now back on the full meeting. We move now to unfinished business. Consideration of a request for approval of a cooperative endeavor agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Capital Area Human Services District, Baton Rouge Mental Health Center, Children's Behavioral Health Services. Ms. Dupree? We have somebody who's going to present on this? I don't have a motion yet, but I'll move by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Ms. Bernard. I would like to hear a little bit about it, at least just a,
Hi, good evening. I'm Bethany Sclafani. I'm the director of the School-Based Therapy Program for Capital Area Human Services District. We provide social workers in 12 of your schools free of charge to you. We just offer school-based mental health counseling to students in the school.
okay.
Questions?
Ms. Collins?
Oh, just two things. Thank you for your service. I'm very familiar, and which is why I have to recuse myself on this item. But but also want to say, when I met with my principals in my district, some of them mentioned that they certainly miss capital area coming into their schools. So I know y'all doing a good job.
Thank you.
That's it? Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Goday?
Yes, thank you, President Tapman. I just want to remind the board, the only reason we did not pass this at committee of the whole was because we were worried about the required number of votes with several recusals. So the fact that it wasn't passed at the committee of the whole was strictly procedural. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions from the boards, any comments from the audience on the cooperative endeavor agreement? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
Did you vote? You didn't vote yet. Oh, she's voting. Should say which house.
The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. We move now to the consent agenda. Ms. Dyson.
The following items are to be approved as part of the consent agenda and are considered to be routine and will be enacted with one motion. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered as an item on the regular agenda for a separate vote preceding the last item of the regular agenda. 2021-2022 Property and Casualty Insurance Program Policies. Consideration of a request to authorize the administration to approve the most cost-effective property and casualty insurance program policy renewal package for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for the 2021-2022 fiscal year and to provide for related matters. Resolution, reject uninsured motorist coverage. Consideration of a request for the approval of the resolution authorizing the board president and the superintendent to execute and sign all documents to reject uninsured motorist coverage in connection with the East Baton Rouge Parish School System's automobile liability coverage and its self-insured retention program for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Healthcare and ancillary benefits plan. Consideration of a request for the approval, authorization of the following. A, proposed 2022 healthcare rates for active employees, non-Medicare, and Medicare-eligible retirees participating in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana administered medical plans for core, buy-up, and community blue. B, proposed contract renewal with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana for claims administrative services for 2022 through 2024. C, proposed contract renewal with Unum for dental for 2022. D, proposed contract renewal for Solarix to continue HRIS system administration of all benefits for active, non-Medicare, and Medicare-eligible retirees for 2022. E, proposed contract renewal with Optum EAP for Employee Assistance Program for all active employees and household members for 2022 through 2024. F, proposed contract with Accredo for administering specialty pharmaceuticals for 2021 through 2022. G, proposed contract renewal with Express Scripts Pharmacy for 2022. H, authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the 2022 contract for stop-loss insurance coverage. I, proposed contract renewal for various voluntary benefits, including discount program, group auto and/or home, critical illness, accident, hospital indemnity, legal services, identity theft, and employee purchase program for 2022. Extern agreement, Board of Supervisors of LSU and Agricultural and Mechanical College. Consideration of request for the approval of an extern agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Board of Supervisors of LSU and Agricultural and Mechanical College in the amount of $22,742.20 for the provision of psychological services, professional development, and educational quality improvement services, and the collection of data for research and program evaluation. Funding source, iCare. Grant. Consideration of a request for the approval of the Cox Charities Innovation and Education Grant in the amount of $11,031 for a total of 7 teachers to provide for innovative classroom ideas for the 2021-2022 school year. Agreements, Center for Educational Leadership. Consideration of a request for the approval of the agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Center for Educational Leadership in the amount of $89,650 to provide leadership, coaching, professional development. Funding source, ESSER 3. Professional services contracts. Consideration of a request for the approval of professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, National Institute for Excellence in Teaching, NIET, in the amount of $397,450 to provide support and professional development on school improvement best practices. Funding source, redesign. B, Dreambox Learning in the amount of $580,848 to provide mathematics student licenses, professional development, and support. Funding source, ESSER 3. C, One Goal in the amount of $78,900 to provide teacher training, curriculum, personalized platform, and analytics. Funding source, redesign. D, Baton Rouge Early Childhood Education Collaborative, Inc., BREC, in the amount of $266,000 to provide evidence-based school readiness services to address the needs of the East Baton Rouge Parish Housing Authority, EBR, PHA, families with preschoolers who are not enrolled in a learning center, daycare, or Head Start. Funding source, ESSER 2. Advertising in Official Journal, fiscal year 2021-2022. Consideration of a request for the approval to select The Advocate as the official journal, newspaper advertising of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for fiscal year 2021-2022. Job positions descriptions. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following job descriptions, positions and descriptions. A, 504 facilitator. B, virtual classroom teacher. C, District 504 coordinator. D, Director of Multi-Tiered Systems of Support, MTSS. E, lead social worker. F, literacy innovation coordinator. G, school social worker. And H, social emotional learning, SEL specialist. Advertising of bids for fiscal year 2021-2022. Consideration of request to authorize staff to advertise, receive, and award bids for materials, equipment, supplies, and services through June 30th, 2022, to the lowest responsible bidder, proposer, meeting specifications and all state and federal requirements for quotes and formal invitations to bid. Request for approval, RFP, third-party administrator claims. Consideration of a request for the authorization for staff to issue a request for proposal, RFP, to seek proposals for a third-party claims administrator for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System's liability and workers' compensation claims. Child Nutrition Summer Stipend. Consideration of a request for the approval of a $500 stipend for Child Nutrition Summer Program staff for 38 days. Funding source, Child Nutrition Program. Agreement, substitute privatization. Consideration of a request for the approval of an agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and ESS South Central, LLC, to privatize substitutes for the East Baton Rouge Parish. I'm sure that's supposed to say school system. Professional Services Contract, Council of Great City Schools. Consideration of a request for the approval of a professional services contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the Council of Great City Schools to provide district departmental audits not to exceed $80,000. Funding source, general fund. And I would like to
If you
pull item 4, and then I so move the
Moved by Ms.
remaining.
Dyson, seconded by Ms. Bernard. Does anyone wish to pull an item? Ms. Dyson, which one did you want to pull?
4.
Ms. Collins? 10. Any others? Okay. So we are on the consent agenda, minus 4, 10, and 14. Seeing no, on the consent agenda, moved by Ms. Dyson, seconded by Ms. Bernard. I see no questions from the board. Are there any comments on the consent agenda from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct a vote.
One second. Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move back to item 4, consideration of request for the approval authorization of the following. A, proposed 2022 healthcare rates for active employees, non-Medicare, and Medicare-eligible retirees participating in the Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana administered medical plans for Core, Buy-Up, and Community Blue. B, proposed contract renewal with Blue Cross Blue Shield of Louisiana for claims administration services for 2022 through 2024. C, proposed contract renewal with Unum for dental for 2022. D, proposed contract renewal with Celerex to continue HRIS system administration for all benefits for active non-Medicare and Medicare-eligible retirees for 2022. E, proposed contract renewal with Optimum EPA for employee assistance program for all active employees and household members for 2022 through 2024. F, proposed contract with Accredo for administrative specialty pharmaceuticals for 2021 and 2022. G, proposed contract renewal with Express Scripts Pharmacy for 2022. H, authorize the superintendent to negotiate and execute the 2022 contract for stop-loss insurance coverage. I, proposed contract renewal for various voluntary benefits, including discount program, group auto and/or home, critical illness, accident, hospital indemnity, legal services, identity theft, and employee purchase programs for 2022. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Ms. Bernard. Any comments from the board or questions? Seeing none, back to the audience. Any comments from the audience on item number 4 on the consent agenda? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
The item passes. We move now to item number 10, consideration of a request for the approval of the following job positions and descriptions. A, 504 facilitator. B, virtual classroom teacher. C, District 504 coordinator. D, director of multi-tiered systems of support. E, lead social worker, F, literacy innovation coordinator, G, school social worker, H, social emotional learning specialist. I need a motion moved by Ms. Ware Jackson, seconded by Mr. Goday. Any comments or questions from the board on item 10? Seeing none, we go to the audience. Any comments from the audience?
I promised Ms. Jones that I would say that I am not speaking on behalf of Bel Air, that I am speaking on behalf of myself. So some of these are very, very, very much needed, especially the SEL, the SEL one, 504 coordinator, Ms. Chapman doing 504 and special ed is too much. And so some of these positions, though I don't think we have the money, some of these positions are very, very, very much needed. But again, I'm going to say, I teach 12-year-olds, so I'm used to repeating myself all the time. I think they think it's good for my health, so they just want me to do it. So, but please, 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 please make sure qualified people get the position. Some of the people that just got brought in don't even have active teaching certificates. So you're going to come in as an ED and you can't even come in my classroom and teach, but you're going to tell my principal what to do. So there's that. But I do approve several of these positions on here because they are very much needed in the district, and hopefully we get somebody qualified that will do good for our kids and our teachers.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm James Finney. I think you should wait to approve any of these for several reasons. For one thing, 6 clearly belong in one area. They all have to do with what appears to be Stacy Dupree's jurisdiction. Then there's something to do with literacy that's kind of off by itself, and then there's another job description for virtual teachers. Well, you had teachers teaching virtually all year and they didn't have a separate job description, so I'm not sure what the point is. But furthermore, I don't know why you would bother changing the job descriptions because they don't seem to matter. You approved a job description at Dr. Narcise's request for a director of operations, and then he immediately hired somebody who doesn't fit the qualifications that he asked you to approve. He asked you to hire somebody as chief of literacy who would be in charge of one of the folks that's in this list of 8 job descriptions, immediately promoted somebody to that position, and as far as I can tell, she doesn't have the required certification, whether she's eligible for it or not, hasn't bothered. So whatever you approve or don't approve, it doesn't appear as though it matters at all to the superintendent. So rather than do something that doesn't matter, I would just let this die for lack of a positive vote and hope that sometime, ideally before you approve a budget, your superintendent presents you a complete organizational plan, which he has not yet done. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Any other comments from the audience?
Hello, Kurt Green. It's been a while. Hope y'all been well. This one's pretty simple. We're in a budget crisis. We know that. Ms. Collins just explained it to y'all. We're moving a shell game around to make it look like we're going to have money, but when this one-time money runs out, it's not going to be there. Recurring costs need to stay in that general budget so we can see if we're going to have enough money. If we don't, we need more teachers if we need anything. We need to lower that student to teacher ratio. That's where we need to be putting money if we're going to have money to put anywhere. Make the classroom smaller for these kids. Every piece of research that you can look up says smaller classrooms affects achievement on every single level. middle school, elementary, high school, it doesn't matter. If we're going to be hiring people, we need to be hiring teachers first to make these classrooms smaller. On top of that, we need to make sure we have qualified people, make sure they fit the qualifications. So y'all please pay attention to the budget. Do not bust the budget. Most of y'all have been on the school board long enough to remember we had, what was it, 8, 9 straight years of running over the budget, and then we had to cut a lot under, I think, Mr. Goday, it was your leadership, where we had to really cut into the budget. So let's please be cognizant of that. We don't want to have to see that done again. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience on the job descriptions, positions?
Hello, Anita James Augustus, out of retirement, speaking as a community activist. It concerns me that 6 months ago, when we were talking about positions and budgeting and all of that, that we didn't have the finances to grant teachers what they needed. Teachers still, educators, still had to go out of their pockets to purchase cleaning supplies. I have receipts. We continually talk about things that were not happening, and you didn't listen. And here again tonight, I stand, you're not listening. There were positions that we didn't have the money to fund. There were EDs that were replaced and placed elsewhere. Mr. Goday, you assured me when I spoke to you that you listened to constituents. I'm a constituent. I may not be in your area, but I am a constituent. I was also assured that business and commerce would not take over, and the decisions that will be made would affect our children. At 83%, numbers are rising, that the children look like me. So I'm here today to say, look, we need to make some changes, and some of the positions that have been taking place in here with unqualified people, you're responsible for it because you have allowed it. When are you going to listen? Take to heed what we're saying. We're working hard. I will continue to work hard for these babies that look like me. And why do I say that? Because these are the babies who are not getting what they need because they come to us with a deficit, and here you are doing things at the top, moving people around who are qualified and replacing people with people who are not qualified. When is things going to change?
Any other public comments? Seeing none, back to the board. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We move now to item 14, consideration of a request for the approval and agreement between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and ESS South Central LLC to privatize substitutes for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Goday, seconded by Mr. Howard. Ms. Bernard.
Superintendent Narcisse, did you all take into consideration my suggestion that we might only privatize a portion of it? Is that a possibility with this contract, or are they going to have all of it?
Yes, Board Member Bernard, we did take into consideration, but after a discussion with our team, we decided that it would be much more beneficial for us to allow them to take over because of their record on being able to get teachers, substitute teachers for us.
They're in use in Tangipahoa, and I understand that the only reason that they continued their contract this year is they're going to give them another chance because of COVID last year, but they're not satisfied with their performance either, nor were they satisfied in some other districts as well that I've heard from. So I'm just going to go on record voting against this motion. I would like to pilot it. I don't think that you throw your hat completely over the fence when you're making a dramatic change like that. I prefer to try it out a little at a time. I would have been better satisfied with 25, 30, or even 50% just to see what happens with this before we can't go back. And I hope we can go back at some point, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Dyson?
As I had said during the committee of the whole, and I understand it's in the logo and that kind of stuff, but if we end up using this ESS, I would very much like us to, in every way possible on our website and in every way possible, to spell out what that means, and so that it is not a confusion and that these are not just strictly substitutes for our ESS classrooms. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Any other comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, we go to the audience. Any comments from the audience on item 14?
Good evening. To Ms. Dyson's point, any vendor stupid enough to have ESS as their primary trade name that wants to work in a school deserves not to be hired. Second, backing up what Ms. Bernard said, I spoke to a board member in Tangipahoa Parish who basically confirmed what she just said. They only get one more chance because they're getting a free pass because they were horrible failures, and maybe that can be blamed on COVID. Maybe. I also put in a record request with a Metropolitan Nashville school system. I asked them who they were using for substitute teachers. They're not using ESS or anybody else. So even though Dr. Narcise's group hired them, that apparently didn't work out. And I'm looking at the budget. It says that in the budget you're going to consider, you may be actually willing to pay substitute teachers who are like me. We have at least one degree, don't have a teacher certification. You budgeted for a raise from $80 all the way up to $90. And somehow you think it makes sense to pay some third party that I've never heard of an extra $26 for each of those days? There is no way I would ever consider substitute teaching if I was working for a third-party vendor, whereas I've seriously considered offering my services as a substitute working as a public employee. I think this is a really, really bad idea, even if it were revenue neutral, but you're pulling from exactly the same source of employees. If your cabinet level chief, whose only relevant experience is as an HR professional for decades, can't figure out how to find substitute teachers, and if the woman that Dr. Narcisse just promoted to chief over human resources can't figure out how to find substitute teachers, I don't know how you can expect a third-party vendor from somewhere in another state to magically, from the same market, without dramatically increasing the pay or changing the conditions, somehow magically they're going to, I guess, bring together a herd of unicorns and some rainbows, and magically you'll have all the substitute teachers you want. It's not going to happen, but they'll make a lot of money in the process before you follow other districts' lead and fire them. Meanwhile, you're going to have empty classes. I asked your HR department if there were any reports prepared in anticipation of this. What I got was a printed copy, the first 1,600 pages of a 1,921-page report that basically said no. They just have a list of when there was a substitute requested and whether they filled one. There's no information there to say what the problem is, much less that this would fix it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney.
Nashville had a 27% markup on subs under this company. We will have a 28.9 markup. There will be no cost savings regardless of how poorly or how well they fill the substitute positions. Like Nashville, we will not be able to afford it. Nashville also had situations where they charged them extra money that wasn't in the contract. You guys, when somebody shows you who they are, please believe them. Believe them. This company, I'm trying not to call it the name of it. This company has showed in every parish they've been in. I have not been able to find, or county, I guess, in other states, I have not been able to find a positive review of this company. Give the subs the raise. They deserve a raise. We pay them less than McDonald's. Give them the raise in-house. Give the high school seniors the $1,000. You'll still pay less than if you pay this company. EBR can do it. What I saw EBR do within a week with the calendar, everything with the calendar, what our people in central office pulled together and did, we can do this. Give them the raise, do the scholarship from EBR. Those are good things, but do it from EBR and we still save money. This, we're just throwing it away and we don't have it. I'm just gonna keep repeating that, we don't have it.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, back to the board. Vice President Collins.
I had requested at the last meeting, we're looking at, for comparison and cost projection, the 2016 school year, which is was a flood year. And what I had requested was a 3-year average. That way, if something major happened in one particular year, at least you have an average, standard practice to do of the most current years, not all the way back to 2016. I don't see that I got it in my email. Were we able to come up with that information? I just want to make sure I didn't overlook it.
So we actually changed provider systems we went to Frontline from another company, and so we actually don't have some of those records for those years because we just changed for this year to Frontline. So we're missing some of those pieces. So we had to use what kind of pieces of information that we had that's what we were able to provide. So we tried to go back and find some of that stuff, but it's because we don't actually have that subsystem and anymore.
So Frontline is a software system that people use to sign up, and we
for substitutes now. Yes, ma'am. We were with another company.
But we don't own the data, regardless of what software.
We have to, and I can try to see how we can pull it. We don't actually have, the data is kind of done differently with that, but I can try to go back and see if we can reach back out to that company and see if they can pull that together for us. So I can do that.
Thank you.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
another concern I have as well. With the contract, it doesn't look like we're gonna own the data. These still our people. We need to at least be able to share the data. Because if it, whether it's a 1-year contract, 3-year contract, what have you, I'm just, a whole separate concern I have is you always have control of your data, period. And
Yes,
yeah, I know it's a private company, but they gon' benefit from our data. We gonna say, psh, these who we using, add to it. And so why can't we share data that they, but so anyway, that's the only question I had. I just want to say, based on the 2016 numbers, the projected cost is $700,000, and again, without one-time money propping us up for a little bit, that's just adding to the deficit. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. I just want to ask a couple of questions as to, or do we have anything that someone can present that would show us why this is a need, how there is a savings, and I have to say that you know, we've privatized an area with a contract that has been very difficult to deal with. I think a lot of what we're hearing about this privatization reels from some of the pain that we've incurred in the last few years with other situations where we've privatized an area where we've got questions about now. So can anyone show me, and especially for people at home as we're vetting this, what are the pros and cons? What are the benefits? Why are we considering this?
Yes, ma'am. So I can, they're going to pull up the presentation from the COW, and I can go through it again.
Thank you.
So we're considering, forgot, sorry. All right, why are we considering moving to privatization? And as I explained previously, you know, I'm a former teacher. I understand the idea of, you know, that particular piece. If you'd asked me 20 years ago, I would have said no, you know. But education is evolving, the workforce is evolving, and we have to think in terms of that evolution. 15 years ago, when we talked about alternative certification for teachers, it was almost like profanity. You mean going to another provider besides a university, all of those things. And so we have, again, this is an evolution of some changes that we're considering. So EBR substitute workforce, the current numbers, we have 647 active substitutes for the 2020-2021 school year. The fill rate for this past year, and just like most school districts around the country, the substitute fill rate was very low. Now, historically, we were, you know, in the 70s, but this year, of course, it's about 52%. And the reason why is many people, most of the workforce for subs was made up of retirees, and many of them were not comfortable with coming into the classroom. So in 2019-2020, our fill rate was actually 72%. When we talk about substitute indirect costs, we're thinking in terms of what can we start focusing on and what we can use our human capital to work on and shift that work to be able to get the most successful bang for your buck. And so as we look through this particular slide here, it shows kind of the work equity that goes into what we're doing as far as managing substitute teachers ourselves. And these are costs, but they're pretty much considered indirect costs. The hours and time that executive secretaries have to spend on doing several different things related to subs, where we can actually, through this company, consolidate some of that work. And then we also, the work that we have to do within HR with verifying employment, processing, the hiring paperwork, those types of things, it's a cost. So we're shifting time that we could spend on focusing on addressing substitute teacher shortages and focusing on getting teachers, because we're spending some of that work on this. And so as we look at 2016-17 school year and the salaries and amount of money that we spent for substitutes, we look at Medicare costs, workers' compensation, unemployment, and benefits that we would actually pass over to them and we wouldn't have to deal with. And it is a lot of unemployment that we are hit with as a school district related to substitutes that we have to fight. The total cost is about $3 million, and that's including the total actual cost of $2.6 million versus the indirect costs. Now, this year, again, when we talk about COVID and we talk about sick leaves, we're talking about a spike in that information. And so we actually managed and processed 2,426 sick leave requests. Now, a sick leave request is an employee that is requesting to be off more than 6 days consecutively. So that could be a person that's out for maternity leave, out for COVID leave, FMLA leave, it could be for surgery. Those are all of those are individual leaves. We had 939 teachers who were out for 6 or more days this year. So we had some employees that took the entire semester, some who took the entire year because they had the time. And of course, we honor that time based upon district policy. How do we go around about selecting this company? We did research. We did. We've talked to other school districts. We talked about the good things. We talked about what struggles they had, because I believe you have to find out what was the challenge that you had with this company. And so when you're doing that, you strategically think about, how can I not have this same struggle, right? You look at the history of what occurred and make sure that you put things in place to ensure that you don't have those issues. We looked at 3 companies, Kelly Services, EduStaff, and ESS Education. We had a committee of multiple departments and stakeholders, and we discussed and we reviewed these companies. They presented to us. We looked at their recruitment, their training, incentives, and implementation. How easy would it be to implement? One of the things we were concerned with one of the companies was if we wanted to recruit out of the pool, we would actually have to pay them to recruit a person out of the pool. We didn't want to do that because we want to still have that connection with the substitutes, because these subs, even though they will be employees of educational staffing support, would actually be we would still be able to connect with them, recruit from them. They would actually be housed in the Office of Human Resources. We selected educational staffing services because we felt like they were going to provide us with the type of concierge service that we needed. And so we looked at them as a partner. And so we're not letting them go off and do this on their own. They're a part of us in the office. We are going to manage it. It is a year-to-year contract, so we have not agreed to do this for 15 years or 10 years. We are actually going to be able to reevaluate this and determine if it isn't a good fit. We'll get rid of them. We want this partnership because we do want to be able to focus on some other things that are really key and important: alternative certification, certifying teachers, recruiting students to become teachers. Those are things that we would like to take that sweat equity that we're putting into this to focus on building some programming within our department to support these things. One of the things we wanted to make sure is that our substitutes were not harmed in this process, because we were not going to send them to a company that was going to harm them and cause issues for them. They're able to actually offer health benefit incentives that we cannot offer and we can't afford to offer. So they're able to get insurance through this company. They're able to do the substitute management through this company. It's going to be flexible, adaptable, and that's what we're looking for. If there's an issue, we're going to address it head on, and we're going to make sure that issue gets taken care of. There's custom reporting. Our information in the frontline system, they'll actually use our frontline system so that our teachers don't have to learn a new system. So we still own that information data. We connect our frontline system to their system for the payroll management piece so that they handle payroll. Another thing is that we're not able, the substitutes would actually be able to be paid weekly versus how they are paid now. And so that'll be a very good recruiting piece for us, because many of other businesses that have part-time workers, they pay them every week, and we needed to be able to do something like that. And we run a lot of payrolls when you talk about an organization with 6,000 employees. we also wanted a company that was going to be committed and give something back to our students. And we felt like this was this was the only company that actually offered anything back to our students. All the other ones were just about kind of just a contract. The benefits for the school district, they will provide 2 dedicated employees that are going to be housed in the Office of Human Resources. So anyone interested in substituting, they still come to HR. We still have to manage the background check piece because that's state law. We still have to do those pieces, but they will actually have 2 people that will work through the pieces with the sub and be able to spend time with our substitutes. We are able to work hand in hand with training the subs, making sure those trainings are what we need to do. They already have the marketing materials that are necessary, and then they have a local, regional, and corporate support team that we'll be able to work with. For the substitutes, again, we talked about they can do a 401k retirement plan. They have unemployment eligibility. With us, they don't have it because at times when they're not able to do that. So this would allow them some economic security that they don't have as an employee of the school system. They get to pay into Social Security. And that's a big deal because you're not able to pay, our employees don't pay into Social Security, so as a part-time employee, they're not paying into Social Security, and they don't have the great benefit of the teacher's retirement system like we have for retirement, so they're able to set up a really nice 401k. Medical and dental insurance, and this is just the information about the bill rate. And again, they offer multiple types of trainings that will support what they're doing. And so, we hope that you consider this favorably, but we are definitely dedicated to making sure that this works and that this is not a negative impact on this district. We want to be able to focus some of our work on some other areas that we need to really focus on and also help our subs at the same time.
And how long is the initial contract?
It's just 1 year.
1 year, and where does the evaluation piece fall in?
We will actually evaluate them every quarter. So we will
Quarterly.
make sure that the numbers are correct. I mean, we're going to look at it every week. I'm going to make sure that we have a report. We'll be able to see that report because, again, it's our frontline system. So we're able to pull that report daily to see where that substitute fill rate is on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, and on a monthly basis. So we'll be able to actually see what the fill rate is.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. And Board Member Gode.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Just before I make my remarks, I see Mr. Shamlin has gone. I do not think that it's accurate that it's a 1-year contract. I think it's a 3-year contract because I'm reading the term right here on Section 7. Term begins July 1, 2021 and shall remain in effect through June 30, 2024. Now, it says it may be renewed on a yearly basis for up to 2 years after the term.
I'm sorry, I misquoted. So it is the 3-year contract, but we can
Right.
end at one each
So it's
year.
a
I
three-
apologize.
Oh, no problem. I just wanted the public to be clear.
Yes, sir.
It's a 3-year term with the legal terms. It's a rolling 1-year, rolling 2-year annual evergreen is the legal term for that. I guess the 2 things that I'd like to make sure gets considered here as we think about this. One is, I heard a lot about things for the substitute teachers. And I view this as it does provide benefit to the substitute teachers, as you just went over. It does make them eligible for unemployment. It does make them eligible for Social Security. They do get weekly pay and all of these things. So I do think that that is a significant benefit to the substitute teachers for what they are. God knows I'd love to pay them more, but this does not pay them. This pays them the same rate, but gives them those additional benefits that we do not have. The second piece in here is I haven't heard anyone talk about the students. And I think for me, one of the big items in this is how does it impact the students? Because if you have a teacher today who is out for a week, the way we staff, that means that we have to have 2 separate substitute teachers in there because they can only go up to 28 hours.
So they won't have actually that confinement.
I realize that.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say, that to me, this contract brings a significant benefit to the students, because the students, the substitute teachers for the student are no longer bound by that 29-hour bar that we have to impose as being this. So I think that will be a significant advantage to the student. I think that will be a significant advantage to our fill rate, so that, you know, now we don't have two substitutes we got to find in that time. One substitute can carry the whole week or do whatever. And, you know, I just don't like hearing, as we go through these, I want to keep bringing up what it means to the students, because I think that's what we're here for. And again, going back to what it means for the students, this is freeing up a lot of time, particularly a lot of time at the school sites, where they can be focused more on the needs and requirements of making that school run, and the needs and requirements of fulfilling our challenge to educate those children, instead of being an employment agency trying to call around and find substitute teachers. So there's a lot of things that have been said, a lot of things going around, but I always want us to come back to what is best for the kids. And I think, given the parts of this contract and the way they are, I am convinced that this is the best for the kids. And I think we should give it a try, and we'll see what happens, because I don't see anything in here that would be detrimental to the kids. I know I've heard things about Nashville, but from what I understand about Nashville, the reason the budget, it costs more than the contract was originally done, was because the company was more successful than anticipated in doing the fill rate. So, you know, saying that they overran the budget is saying, well, they were too successful. And, you know, that doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. This year, you know, I understand some of the comments from Tangipahoa, but, you know, I think this year with COVID isn't, you know, it's a very difficult time to make any comparisons, because you saw our rate fell from 70-something% to 51%. So, you know, in my interest in trying to do, because the only thing I try to sit up here to do is what's best for the children, and I think going this route is what's best for the children, and as an added benefit, I think it's best for the substitute teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. And I had put my name next in the queue, but I'll defer to my colleagues and put myself last as Madam Vice President. School Board Member Lannis.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just had a few questions. Given information that we just recently received from Board Member Gode, I wanted to know, is it possible that we can get a year-by-year evaluation from getting direct employee feedback? I know that the principals will be evaluating, but in order to ensure that we get full accountability for what's taking place, can we get evaluations before our board on an annual basis to understand directly what's happening, how is it impacting the students inside of the classrooms?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Another question would be, how much are we looking to save in totality? I know that I noticed that we had about $3 million that we would save just on subs alone, but I know we have that extended cost of actually going into the contract with the company. So how much will we save after that cost?
I can try to put together a different type of projection for you, but when we talk about the savings, you know, we're using numbers based upon what we've used before, right? And how many subs we've had to put in place. There is, I believe there will be, you know, it's not going to be free, of course, to do this, but I think there's going to be a savings to the work piece that we may not see. We may spend the same amount of money annually, but the work that we're going to be able to do in other areas that will impact student learning is going to be very profound, and you may not see it in a dollar bill, but we will see it. So I will provide a return on investment analysis for you so that you can see what that would look like.
Okay, and if we do happen to have any cost savings, could you also inform the board, at that time, by the way, could you also inform the board exactly how we're going to repurpose those dollars and what those extra monies are going to be used for?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, so just to give our viewing audience and everyone some perspective on this. So years ago, when the Affordable Care Act came in, I made sure to alert both the local and the national, state and national School Boards Association that this was going to have detrimental effect on our students' academic achievement because of the requirement that a substitute teacher that's in the name, it's a substitute teacher, it's not a permanent position, was going to then have to be offered health benefits. And that what that put us into a situation was where we have had to opt to switch it out. And so that in a classroom, that disruption in a classroom is just something that we cannot have. It is just not conducive to raising our scores and our student achievement in the way that we so want as our top goal. And so I just want the assurance, and I don't know if they're here again, but I just want the assurance that, because it would seem that they would be in a similar situation as an employer, that if they work the employee more than that 28 hours, then they have to provide. And so what is their incentive not to get around this as we have? And what in the contract stipulates that we expect the continuity? So why aren't they going to be in the same situation and might need to have cost savings as well? And so what is mandated on our end of the contract that says we want that 5th day, or that whole next week, or whatever it may be? We want the continuity if the substitute is a good fit in the classroom.
So they actually have their own health care benefit that they provide to their substitutes. So they're not going to stop them from getting those benefits.
So they provide that,
yes,
to substitutes who work 1 day that week or 5 days that week, and they provide it to all of them?
They have options, yes. And they're here, Matt Shrunk is here from Educational.
If we could just make sure that that is clarified, and that, I don't know if we need to look in the contract negotiation or anything about stipulating that we are going to, one of the things that we're going to be looking for is the continuity of these substitutes, if they're a good fit. Because I just see how they would be in the same situation we would be in a cost-saving situation where you have to look at cost. Why wouldn't they have that same we did it to ourselves. We opted to do that because financially we couldn't do. But what prevents that from happening?
So this is their business. This is what they do. So essentially, that's why they're able to do it. Their network is actually nationwide, so they're able to provide insurance because they're a nationwide company that provides these benefits for the substitutes. That is their business. And I think
my question is, do they offer the same benefit to a substitute that works 1 day that week or 5 days that week?
Yes. I mean, I can't tell you the amount, but they have access to it. Yeah. Insurance.
Hi, good evening. I'm with Education Solutions Services. My name is Wendy. And yes, we What we do is we've negotiated on behalf of all of our 60,000 subs across the U.S. for that benefit. And so we offer that to every individual. Medical, dental, eye care, they still are paying for it in an affordable manner, taken out of their paychecks so that it is affordable.
In a group
But-
plan.
Yes, so it's offered to everyone, which that allows us to stay ACA compliant. by
Even
being
if
able to
they're
do
not
that.
selected to work that week, they just keep on with their
That's
benefits.
right, they just keep on with the benefit and that payment. And
Okay.
even during the summer, when they're no longer working, as long as they're paying, their premium, what they chose, they're covered. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
All right.
Yep.
And then, appreciate very much that clarity. And then, as far as this evaluation, I just would request that quarterly we get, a little presentation on where we are and how we're doing, and at a regular meeting, so that the general public can see where we are and how this is going
Yes,
along the
ma'am.
way. And appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank you
ma'am.
for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Board Member Gode? Okay, thank you. Can the contract, yes, it could. I'm wondering, based on some of the things that my colleague mentioned with resolving the problem of us trying to avoid giving people health care and not doing the number of hours, more than 28 hours. There's nothing, I recall nothing in the contract that stipulates that if a classroom needs, they know that teacher so-and-so gonna be out for 2 weeks, which is, if I understand correctly, not necessarily what a long-term sub would feel, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's say it's 2 weeks. That's not a long-term sub type situation. In that instance, the district would switch out folks for that one classroom that have a teacher out for 2 weeks.
So we try to not do it, so it's an average that we try to get to, that you have to kind of work with. And so we've done that kind of calculation. So we did make some adjustments after the Lean Frog report to
Okay.
try to address that. But this would allow some continuity, being able to do this with the subs. But yeah, they could work every day. They could say, hey, I only want to work on Tuesdays, Thursdays. There's some flexibility for that particular piece. But as far as long-term sub assignments, if it's for the week, they can take it. They can take it if it's for, we won't put limits on them.
How many long-term subs do we have typically in a year?
It depends on the year. This year, we probably had more because we had so many people, as you saw, 936.
But I average, yeah, I
So it
average.
wasn't, that was a really high, I would say maybe about 250 across the year. Now, when you talk about a long-term sub, we're talking about someone that's worked 21 days straight, and then we designate them as long-term at that point. And so that could be someone that's covering a maternity leave, or someone who's out with surgery, or just a kind of a broad spectrum of situations.
Okay. And then if I think I asked this question last time. If I didn't, I apologize. Of the number of subs that you all have in y'all pool, what's the percentage of them that's using the health care? Roughly. I'm not asking you to try, yeah.
Yes, I think you did ask that last time, and it is like, it's a low amount. It's a 10 to 20% use it.
Okay.
It's more, it's there if they need
If
it
they need
and
it.
want that. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
all right. Okay, I think that's all of my questions. All right, thank you, Mr. Board Member Gode.
Yes, just one other observation. I've heard lots of people, well, two observations. One is you have a monthly forum where you present your personnel changes. I would ask the superintendent and you and others on the board to consider that that should really be changed to an HR report.
Yes,
And
sir.
monthly, I would like to see the number of classrooms that are missing permanent teachers and the fill rate of substitute teachers and these sorts of things, because I think that not having a permanent teacher in the classroom has a great educational cost, and then not having qualified substitutes in the classroom also has a great educational cost. So I would like to see us change that personnel report to being more of an HR report.
Yes, sir.
And items like that start to be included in that report. Just a suggestion, but a strong suggestion.
We can provide that,
And
sir.
then, secondly, I want to be very careful as we talk about cost, because people have thrown around things like cost savings and things like that. Recognize that one of our goals is to get more qualified subs into the classrooms. Okay? So if, and I'm making up numbers as I fly along here, if educational staffing services raises that number from 71%, which was kind of our average, to 85%, we will be paying a little bit more for substitutes, and there won't necessarily be a cost saving because we're putting qualified substitutes into the classroom. Now, that number is going to show up as a higher cost for substitutes, but the offset of that is we got better education going on in our classrooms. So we need to be very clear as we talk about cost savings. You know, there's a dollar cost savings and there's a cost saving per substitute, or however you want to do it. If you, and I think this is what happened in Nashville, if you look at the total dollars, if they do a good job, guess what? We're going to spend more in substitute teachers, because we will be using their services more and we'll be putting more qualified teachers in the classroom. So dollars is not necessarily it is an important yardstick, but is not the only yardstick. We have to be looking at fill rates and looking at the educational opportunities that we're providing to our children, because I always want to come back to what is good for the children. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. I see no other questions or comments from the board. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Donaldson. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We move now to new business, consideration of a request for the approval of the proposed 2021-2022 general fund budget, the budget resolution, and the 2021-2022 salary schedules. That's item 1. Do I have a motion? It says the proposed general fund budget. Yes, item K1. That's what. No, we did. We pulled 14. We didn't pull 15. I can be talked out of it. Okay, so K1. Okay, moved by Mr. Goday and seconded by Mr. Lannis. Comments or questions from the board on K1? Seeing none at the moment, we will now go to the audience on the general fund budget K1. Comments from the audience.
I've emailed each of you a presentation, and I've also made copies for each of you, including Dr. Narcisse, because I figure some of you may be visual in addition to, or instead of auditory. So this way you can see it as well. First thing is Mr. Shamlin's position. Mr. Shamlin's position is listed under Dr. Narcisse. However, he is not an employee of the superintendent. He is an employee of the board. So I feel like that line should be removed, and he should be placed as he is on the first page of the org chart, where he is right next to him as he is your employee. Special programs, according to page 72, there is a 79.91% cut to ESL services. How will this $161,076 be funded next year? Retirement paid and types. Is the projected amount paid to retirement lower due to the mass exodus of teachers over the last couple of years? Page 66, line 5, special ed pre-K. Why are we going from 32 to 12 pre-K teachers? I thought we had a huge increase in pre-K. Are none of them sped? Travel expenses for EDs and other. Travel is going from $10,700 to $48,250. Going back to pre-COVID, I understand, as your all's budget has gone back, and it seems like a huge jump, but it's really not. It's just going back to normal. However, considering our budgetary crisis that we are in, and the fact that most conferences, which I know you guys are required to go to conferences, which is why your budget went back up for that, to stay certified, to be on the board, the conferences are required, but you guys, virtual is still an option, so we could do virtual conferences while we are in this budgetary crisis. Also, Office of Superintendent, page 85, line 4, we have gone from $574,000 to $1,336,000 simply by adding 4 people. Traveling expenses from $16,000 to $62,000. We are projected to lose 631 students. That is above the hundreds, probably thousands, that the state already considers lost. When I talk to principals, when I went school by school and I called principals all like, Storm, no, that's not my number. I have this many kids, hundreds more on their enrollment that the state, LDOE, already considers gone, that those kids are going to be gone in ET charters. We have 4 schools opening up. Y'all are considering 3 more tonight. So we're just not going to have any kids left in EBR, I assume. Okay, so I'm not going to make it to the other 3. The only 2 people that matter, the teacher and the student, Socrates and Plato. That's it. Everybody else can kick rocks. Love y'all. Look at the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
Just to be clear, on the earlier item, it does say public hearing / workshop. Maybe I'm confused about what a hearing is. Anyway, to not waste all the 3 minutes I have left, your board policy says, in essence, that you've got until September 15th. There's no rush. It would be great if there were a complete, easily understood, clear, sensible, easily defendable and explained budget ready to adopt before the end of the current fiscal year, but you haven't been offered one yet. Furthermore, your policy DC says that the school board shall cause to be published a notice in the official journal that the budget is available for public inspection no later than 15 days prior to the date for budget adoption. I'm quite certain that significant parts of the budget changed between your original budget hearing and now, and I didn't see any tracking document for me to be able to read fewer than 300 pages to see what changed. So I don't think you've met the condition that you have to offer this to the public to review without it changing every few minutes for a full 2 weeks and then give them a chance to comment on it. I think you should set a real budget hearing where you try not to cram a whole bunch of other stuff into the same meeting and actually hear what the public has to say after the staff has paid attention to Mr. Goday's point. He's far more patient than I am. He asked that all the budgets be put together so you can see where all these positions that aren't covered in the general budget are actually being paid for. I had to correct a few people on social media who thought a certain administrator's salary was what was reflected in the general fund budget, because they had no way of telling how much was actually being paid out of the Proposition 3. But that's really not why I came here. I came here to make sure you read the email I sent earlier that says those brand-new charter schools that you authorized more than 2 years ago and have never opened, they no longer have valid charter authorization. Those were revoked automatically by statute and policy 2 years after you approved them on May 9th and May 13th. So before you approve a budget, you should strike the dollars for the new basis campus, the new aviation campus, and the new legal campus, because they don't have authorizations because they didn't open in the 2 years after you approved them in May 9th or 13th of 2019. So there are some savings to your budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Other comments from the audience?
Great evening. I'm sorry I don't have much of a voice, so I'm going to be very nice and polite. Our budget does not reflect the 8 job positions that we just approved. So each of those positions, we currently do not have an idea of what that salary is going to be, which means that we cannot accurately vote on a budget to say that this is how much money we're going to have, because now we have to tie in those 8 positions. Secondly, our school system is not providing food for children with disabilities that have food allergies, such as my child. I actually have the box in my car right now that Focus Food provided that does not have anything that he can eat or drink. So the school system did not put in the budget how much money they have to pay me and other parents like me who have to pay for food for their children and provide it to them when they come into the brick and mortar building for extended school year, summer school, or school, period. According to the federal law, that's something you are obligated, legally obligated to fund and fulfill. And because you're not providing my child with food, you have to actually provide me with a voucher or stipend of money, and that is not reflected in our budget. Third, what is not reflected in the budget is the cost in which you owe me for travel, mileage, for bringing my child safely to and from school, the brick and mortar building, extended school year. All of these items are reflected in his IEP, and our school system don't have this stuff reflected in our budget. Also, I am waiting on my money from the school system, and that is not reflected in the budget. The legal expenses is not reflected in the budget. The cost for all of these things, what, the Council for Great Schools, that is horrible. This contract we just approved, that's not reflected. So it's so many things that's not reflected in the budget that, as Dr. Finney stated before, we need to really have a real true workshop that is just focused primarily on the budget, because we still don't have a strategic plan that is going to impact our budget. This has to be reflected. This is not rocket science. This is M&Ms. This is 1 + 1. And it's not equaling 2 right now at this moment. I think that what we need to do, and I strongly urge Mr. President Tapman, you and the board, to actually have a workshop. We're great at having workshops. Let's have a workshop where we actually have real true community input about this budget, and we have a real true itemized detailed expenditure report about all of the money that we're going to have going out and what we really will have coming in, because that's not reflected in the budget.
Thank you, Ms. Corley.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the audience on K1?
Hello again. Instead of just a workshop, I'd like to ask to Dr. Narcisse, we've seen several times you've been able to get out to the public, have some dialogue. Could we get that with the budget? Going out to the people, just like I was at the meeting yesterday, having them look at it, having them give suggestions, something like that with the entire budget, not bits and pieces of it. If Dr. Narcisse wants to hire more people as we go along this summer, that needs to be reflected. We need to see the budget in its totality. It needs to be given to the people so that we can see it all line by line, look at what's really going on, where all of this money is going. Like I said, you've been out into the public a couple times with a couple of your initiatives on the calendar and yesterday on the strategic planning. Something like that would be perfectly acceptable and work well. Bring it to the public, have a couple meetings where we're going around and getting pieces of your strategic plan and we're able to give feedback on that. Something like that would work perfect. Before we say yes to a budget, first let's have the entire budget. Let's have the public look at the entire budget. That way we know what is going on with our money. I'm taxpayer, you're taxpayers, that's our money. We need to know where every penny is going, and then we need to have our input, not have input and then things added on after we have our input. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience on K1? Seeing none, we come back to the board. Any comments or questions from board members on K1? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. We now move to item K2, consideration of a request for approval of the 2021-2022 proposed special revenue fund budgets. A, proposed 2021-2022 adult and continuing education. B, revised 2020-2021 and proposed 2021-2022 all parish music concerts. C, proposed 2021-2022 radio training program. D, proposed 2021-2022 Believe and Prepare formula transition. E, proposed 2021-2022 career and technical education program number 998. F, proposed 2021-2022 child nutrition program. G, revised 2020-2021 and proposed 2021-2022 decathlon fitness meet. H, revised 2020-2021 and proposed 2021-2022 EBR Kickoff Classic. I, proposed 2021-2022 Educational Excellence Fund. J, proposed 2021-2022 ESSA Redesign Grant Round 4 Redesign. K, revised 2020-2021 and proposed 2021-2022 High School Summer School. L, proposed 2021-2022 eye care program. M, proposed 2021-2022 IDEA. N, proposed 2021-2022 IDEA preschool 619. O, revised 2020-2021 and proposed 2021-2022 JRAA athletics. P, proposed 2021-2022 magnet school assistance. Q, revised 2020-2021 and proposed 2021-2022 middle school summer program. R, revised 2020-2021 and proposed 2021-2022 music instrument user fees. S, revised 2020-2021 and proposed 2021-2022 Proposition 2 tax plan. T, revised 2020-2021 and proposed 2021-2022 Proposition 3 tax plan. U, proposed 2021-2022 pre-K 1 approval letter for all pre-K budgets. 2, Cecil J. Picard, LA4. 3, Early Childhood Community Network Lead Agency. 4, Early Childhood Community Network Lead Agency. 5, Early Childhood Program 8G, 6 COVID-19, 7 PDG seats, 8 pre-K tuition. V, proposed 2021-2022 Every Student Succeeds Act consolidation. V1, approval letter for all ESSA consolidated budgets. 2, Title I, improving academic achievement. 3, Title II, Part A. 4, Title III. 5, Title III, immigrant. 6, Title IV, Part A. 7, Title IX, Education, Homeless Children and Youth. 8, Direct Student Services. W, School Activity. X, Strong Start Achieve. X1, approval letter for all Strong Start budgets. 2, Strong Start Achieve, ESSER 2. 3, Strong Start Achieve, ESSER 3. Do I have a motion? Moved by Mr. Lannis, seconded by Ms. Ware Jackson. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, we go to the audience. Any comments from the audience on K2?
Thank you, Board President, for reading all that stuff. As it relates to IDEA funding, we only allocated 3 pages. IDEA have so many parts. They have a Part B that received over $2 billion right now. That's not even reflected. It's so much dealing with IDEA that's not reflected in the special revenue budget that actually should be. It's including how much money are we really and truly using per child? Per child. Our school system have more than 4,000 kids with disabilities that have IEPs that fall directly up under IDEA. That's not reflected in this special revenue budget. That is a real true problem, because that means that we're about to approve a budget that is not accurate, which is going to lead us straight back into the pot of hell in which we just got out of. Why? ESSA money. ESSA money, Every Student Succeed Act has money that is supposed to be spent dealing with parent engagement. Parent involvement. Parent engagement and involvement is not donuts with dads and muffin with moms. Parent engagement means that the parents are supposed to actually be at the table, according to ESSA, to actually have a input, real, true, valuable input into every single idea, plan, policy that every school and this whole entire school system actually put in place. That is not being spent right now according to the law. It's not being spent right. Instead, what we are using ESSA money is for donuts with dad, muffins with mom. That's not how ESSA was designed. Title IX, you are putting Title IX as education for homeless children and youth. But you sure did manage to forget that it is dealing with LGBTQ+. We just had Title IX being splashed across the news, dealing with LSU, dealing with all of the sexual assaults and traumas that have happened, and we have that happening right now in our own school system. And yet that is not reflected in the budget. So when we want to come up here in my face and tell me about a special budget that is going to impact my child that is in this school system, I want us to give me a real budget that reflects reality, not a figment of my imagination. And that is what we're doing. We're giving us something that is fictitious, which means the Department of Justice will come in and have a problem with each and every person on the board. The DOJ has not been to Louisiana in a while, but trust and believe, if I open my mouth, they'll be here tomorrow. So we definitely need to look back at this special budget, and we need to make that special budget be realistic, because what's not reflected is how many staff we are actually paying with that IDEA budget. And I have done a public records request for that, and I do not have that information yet.
Thank you,
So
Ms.
let's-
Corley.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Earlier, a staff member mentioned with great pride, it seemed to me, how much you were moving recurring costs, including permanent employees, from permanent recurring funding sources off into these black holes of special funds nobody's supposed to pay attention to. So you just approved a very detailed and also very incomplete general fund budget, and now you're about to, because you're probably all anxious to hear about the charter schools and get home early, you're going to go ahead and all vote yes on whatever it is that the administration has put together for spending all these various little funds. Not enough details for you to actually be able to keep track of whether the money is being spent in the right way. But at least you'll have a budget approved by June 30th. And besides, Dr. Narcisse may choose not to follow it anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter. But at some point, can't the public hope for budget members acting as though they have some fiduciary responsibility? How long are we going to accept sloppiness? You pay a superintendent $250,000. He can't create a nice, organized budget. He brings in $1 million worth of high-paid support people. Nothing gets improved. Is this board capable of demanding competent, world-class quality of work from their administrators? Or is good enough because you're all from Louisiana and you have a collective self-esteem that is so low you'll accept poor work from the people you hire even though you pay them a lot of money? And you made a point of getting people from out of state because God forbid you give a good job to somebody who spent so much time in Louisiana that you don't think they know anything. This set of budgets, to be fair to Dr. Narcisse, this budget process has been screwed up for years. But now you've got some of you who claim to be from business, some of you even claim to be conservative. And still, I defy any one of you to put even to the nearest $1 million how much stuff you just agreed to shift from general funding off into whatever, just because the superintendent said, yeah, we can do it that way. And maybe you'll all be out of office by the time it comes back to roost and those special one-time money don't exist anymore. Good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, we come back to the board.
Hello, it's quick.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, how are y'all? I just want to request or just ask that we do have more time. Again, I'm fairly new to all of this. I'm getting involved. It's my second year, a part of EBR. And is there a space or more opportunity for public to have their suggestions and then we, sit down and consider that? And I've heard the word workshop. I'm not familiar with how often we have those, but I do suggest just to kind of just open up that line of communication that we do that. So that's all I have to say. And thank you guys for what y'all do.
Thank you. Any other comments from the audience? Back to the board. Any comments or questions from the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you. I would like to make a suggestion about how we handle the next three items. I would just suggest that what we do is allow Dr. Williams to come up and lead, and then on each item have Dr. Blunchy, our third-party evaluator, come up and give us her report. is going to allow each charter applicant an opportunity to come up and give them 10 minutes or less to talk about their application. And then after that, we could take motions and then allow the public to speak. Does anyone have any, does that sound okay to everybody? Yeah, there'll be a separate motion on each one, but I'm really asking that we hold off on that until after we've heard from both the evaluator and from the applicant. Is that okay with you all? Yes. Okay. So, Dr. Williams.
Good evening, Board President Tapman.
Wait, I'm sorry, I've got to read it in. I forgot. Discussion consideration of Kenilworth Science and Technology Charter School application and related matters. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Board President Tapman. Madam Vice President Collins, in her absence, board members, and Dr. Narcisse. This evening, we are bringing before you three agenda items, rather. Charter, landscape, and application cycle. So I'll give a quick overview of our current Type 1 charter schools and student enrollment in those charter schools. We'll hear from our third-party evaluator, and now with the new process, taking each application at one time. And then we'll hear from Charter School Consulting, Mrs. Katie Blunchy, who will present information about the application process, her process, and the evaluations. I do want to send a thank you to Vicki Silas and Amy Norsworthy, who are a very small, mighty department of two, who do the lion's share of work supporting our charter school office and our charter partners. So what are the purposes of charter schools in Louisiana? This is taken directly from the Bessie Bulletin 126. You'll notice a few key words in each of those four purposes. That includes innovation. I think you can see innovation in at least two of those areas. We also want to make sure that charter schools are serving the most economically disadvantaged students, and that educators have an opportunity to, again, innovate and begin schools that have a focus on students. Currently in our school district, we have 15 approved Type 1 charter schools. You can see by the map on the left, those are charter schools in the north part of our city, 4 in that area, 7 in the mid-city area. And on the right-hand side, we have 4 charter schools located in the south part of our school system. So this is a total list of the Type 1 charter schools that you as a board have approved for our school district. This includes charter schools who have a projected opening date of August of 2021. You'll notice the year approved for each of those Type 1 charter schools. You'll also notice the current enrollment, total enrollment in those Type 1 charter schools. That stands at 4,804 students at this time. Based on feedback from the Board of Education and your interest in long-range planning and being responsive to that, we've also listed the estimated enrollment in the 25-26 school year based on current enrollment and projected enrollment for those charter schools that you have already approved to be opened. And that estimated enrollment is 14,011 students. So a couple of key takeaways based on this very broad landscape. A projected enrollment growth in our currently approved Type 1 charter schools will increase by 6,590 students in the 21-22 school year. That is projected to increase to a total of 14,011 students in the 25-26 school year. That is a percentage increase of 112%, which is a increase of about 7,400 students. Being fiscally responsible, we thought it was important to share with you that that increase will have an impact on our student enrollment in the school district. Our student enrollment will decline, and that will cause us to think about some cost reductions and adjustments to our budget as those student numbers increase for Type 1 charter schools and decrease for our schools. So I want to briefly show you the cycle. Ms. Blunchy will go into detail about the cycle. This is based in law and your board policy regarding the application cycle for applicants. This begins with a posting in January of the school year. Charter applicants have a deadline to submit their letter of interest if this is not required, but many do, of intent by February. Their complete proposals, applications are due to the district by April 5th. Those are posted for the public's review by June 9th, and our meeting held tonight to review the evaluation of those charter applicants. So finally, we want to point out that we do have a third-party evaluator per your board policy, and we want to emphasize that this person is an outside the district employee. She's charged with ensuring that there's integrity in the process, that she has the utmost professionalism, that it's unbiased, and she is knowledgeable. So I'll introduce our third-party evaluator at this time, Mrs. Katie Blunchy of Charter School Consulting. She's a career educator with over 40 years of experience in the school systems. She served as a teacher, school, and district leader. She also has a great number of years as a third-party evaluator and serving as your third-party evaluator for 6 years. And she has worked in neighboring districts in the same capacity and offered her expertise in that area. So at this time, Mrs. Katie Blunchy will walk us through the evaluation process and her evaluation of those charter schools.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, Dr. Williams, for that very kind introduction. And good evening, President Tapman, Vice President Collins, members of the board, Dr. Narcisse, and to our viewing public. I'm Katie Blunchy, and I'm pleased to serve as your third-party evaluator. So what is the evaluation process? The evaluation process is clearly defined in Bulletin 126 and followed precisely. The process consists of 3 parts: a thorough review of the application, the actual interview process, and the final evaluation and subsequent recommendations. In order to be fair and consistent to every applicant, the rubric used in the evaluation comes directly from the Louisiana Department of Education. It consists of 4 major areas: an executive summary, educational program and capacity, organizational plan and capacity, and financial plan and capacity. According to the LDOE charter school applicant process, the applicant groups must meet all standards, that's 100%, for the evaluator to advise that the superintendent recommend to the school board to approve a charter applicant group. So how is the evaluation process implemented? The process, ladies and gentlemen, is very important. It's important in order to be fair to each applicant, in order to comply with Bulletin 126, and in order to align the evaluation process with the Louisiana Department of Education. East Baton Rouge Parish received 3 charter school applications by the deadline of April 5th. All were from experienced operators, 1 from in the city, 1 from within the state, and 1 from outside of the state. The applications were read thoroughly. Selection and scheduling of the interview committee was completed in conjunction with the Charter Support Office, and the applicants were interviewed on May 12th. The interviews consisted of about 60 minutes, 20 minutes for applicants to make a presentation, and then 40 minutes for the EBR interview team to ask and answer questions. Applicants were given an opportunity to respond to team questions and clarify responses prior to submitting final recommendations. In accordance with EBR charter policy and with Bulletin 126, notification of the final evaluation and subsequent recommendations was made public 5 business days prior to the board meeting. As you can see, the interview team had expertise in charter schools, curriculum and instruction, governance and management, and Finance. Those serving on the committee were Dr. Sharon Williams, Chief of Schools, Andrea Okonski, Chief of Accountability, Assessment and Evaluation, Stacy Dupre, Chief Officer of Support and Special Projects, Dr. Charmaine Rutledge, Assistant Superintendent of Curriculum and Instruction, Kelly Lopez, Chief Financial Officer, Bianca Brumfield Williams, Director of Human Resources, Patrice Hudson, Supervisor of Exceptional Student Services, Kashana Bridges, Title I Project Manager, Federal Programs, Erica Jones, Student Information Systems, Amy Norsworthy, Instructional Specialist, Charter Schools, and Vicki Silas, Portfolio Manager, Charter Schools. Many thanks to the interview team for their service to this very important task. I would also like to thank the applicants. They were very professional throughout the whole process. And thanks to our charter school support team, Dr. Williams, Ms. Silas, and Ms. Northworthy for this valuable assistance. So what is the evaluation interview process? The interview team had access to the rubric adapted directly from the LDOE, both in print and electronic, during the interview. Following the interview, comments were compiled from the discussion and the rubrics. Follow-up questions were sent to the applicants to provide more responses for a comprehensive evaluation. All responses were integrated into the evaluation recommendation. The rubric itself consists of 4 major areas, with indicators supporting each area. The first is the executive summary. It includes mission, vision, educational needs, and use of data. The second area is educational program and capacity. It includes curriculum, assessments, school calendar, diversity, culture, behavior and parent, and community engagement. The third area is organizational program and capacity, which includes leadership, goals, professional development, and charter board governance. And the fourth and final category is financial plan and capacity. This includes management, financial goals, student enrollment, recruitment, facility needs, insurance, and financial controls. President Tapman, if it pleases the board, I'll present my evaluation about each applicant individually and reasons for my recommendation.
Could we take them one at a time?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. So we'll do, we're on Kenilworth now.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you.
Kenilworth seeks to open their proposed school in 2022-23. The grade configuration at start would be kindergarten, first grade, fourth grade, fifth grade, sixth grade, and seventh grade. They would start with 448 students. The grade configuration at scale would be K through 8, and the enrollment would be 504 students. The mission of Kenilworth Science and Technology will be to create a safe, healthy, and student-centered learning environment that cultivates the knowledge, skills, and competence in computer science necessary for academic excellence, STEM careers, and character development. The EBR school board policy states that to apply for a district-authorized charter school, the applicant must have a B or higher, or a C with a progress letter grade of an A. For each year, the grade is a C. Performance data for Kenilworth Science and Technology is as follows. In 2012-13, their school performance score was an 84.8, which is a C. In 2014-15, their school performance score was a 50.8, which is a D. In 2015 and 16, their school performance score was a 56.6, which is a D. In 2017 and 18, their school performance score was a 59, which is a D. In 2018 and 19, their school performance score was 58.2, which is a D. Their progress grade was an 87.4B, but a progress grade is different from a school performance score. Therefore, the proposed school, Kenilworth Science and Technology Charter School, does not meet the guidelines. Of note is that Liberty High School offers LSU computing pathways That's one of 4 pathways that includes a STEM focus. Glasgow Middle Schools, and these are all schools in the area, offers Introduction to STEM Pathways and Careers, Survey of Computer Science, Introduction to Coding, Roman Technology, Robotics and Classical Myth Makers. Magnolia Woods has a school-wide STEM focus, and Mayfair Laboratory School has an eco-STEM focus with an emphasis on the environment and technology. Therefore, the proposed school is not necessarily innovative as required by Bulletin 126. I recommend that you deny this application.
Thank you, Ms. Blanchi. So I would like to ask the applicants to please, if they would like to make a presentation, give you 10 minutes, and if you can combine your presentation that way. Others will still have the opportunity to provide public comment once a motion is made, but just to move it up. Okay.
We're just going to do a public comment. We were just planning for the regular time frame. We didn't realize we were given 10 minutes.
Well, it's okay. You can do that now. I think that's fair.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Narcisse, President Tapman, and Madam Vice President, and members of the board. My name is Lauren Allen. I'm the Director of Community Affairs at Kenilworth Science and Technology School. We are a middle grades only school working with mostly minority students who are historically underserved. Our progress index was 87.4, a high B, last year, whereas the progress index average of comparable schools in Louisiana was 77 or C. Kenilworth Science and Technology School is one of the highest performing standalone middle schools in the state of Louisiana. When compared to open enrollment middle schools serving grades 6 through 8 with more than 80% economically disadvantaged students, we rank 3rd in the state. Moreover, based on the available data, it is clear that schools across Louisiana with middle school only configuration perform lower than Kenilworth year after year. Our Type 1 application is a result of continued effort to foster a partnership and relationship with the East Baton Rouge Parish School District. It was our understanding that a Type 1 route would be beneficial for our students and families as well as for the district. This application was another concrete step to show good faith to work with EBR. For this K-8, we do not wish to increase our enrollment cap and pull more students from the district. We only want to better serve our students and families by catching them earlier in their academic careers. This will prevent learning loss and increase student outcomes. We believe if our Type 1 application is approved, this will be best for our students and families while also building an ongoing relationship with the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Okay, thank you. I don't see any comments or questions from the board. Is there a motion on item K3?
I move that we deny we follow the recommendation of our evaluator, and we deny the application for Kenilworth as a Type 1.
Oh, no, we're going to do public comment after we have a motion. We're going to make sure everybody's heard. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. So I think we've got, y'all got that? We got it seconded by moved by Mr. Goday and seconded by Ms. Bernard. Mr. Howard?
Thank you, President Tapman. So I just wanted to make as we go through this discussion and talk about these schools and how we decide on whether we are going to approve them or not, you hear a lot of, in the rhetoric, as we talk about these schools, them versus us. You hear a lot of our, you hear a lot of pulling away from the district in X, Y, and Z. I was a teacher at Kenilworth Science and Technology School. Just so in full transparency, I don't plan on voting for any charter schools tonight for my litany of reasonings. But I was a teacher at that school, and many of the schools and the students that we had at Kenilworth Science and Technology actually entered in, once they went to high school, went back to EBR schools. So we graduated probably 60% of my class from Skylandville Magnet High School a couple of weeks ago. So it just bothers me how we narrate charters, this them versus us. These are students who live in this district, who are a part of this community. And so as we go through this conversation, I would just ask for each one of us to do a gut check about how we identify these schools. I don't care if a child goes to a charter school, a private school, a public school. These are kids who live in Baton Rouge, who are part of this district and who are part of this city. So I just want us to all be very careful of the narrative tone that we talk about when we talk about these students.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. See no other questions or comments from the board, so we will now go to the public comment on the on K3, the Kenilworth, the motion. Just to explain to everybody, if you've not been here before, the green light comes on, you have 3 minutes. When the yellow light comes on, you have a minute left, and then the red light. Thank you, sir. Just introduce yourself and go right ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all for letting me speak this evening. My name is Chris Toombs. I serve as the LSU student organization for the Society for African American Studies, and I'm a grad student there. And when I saw this was on the agenda today, I just couldn't pass up the opportunity to speak on it. You know, I see a couple of brothers in the room that are on your board right now that I had the privilege of serving as a teacher with at Kenilworth. It was a very interesting experience, to say the least. I want to start out by saying that, can I move this up? I'm a little tall.
Yeah, you can, absolutely.
Oh. All right, that's, is it right? All right, that's cool. I think I can work this. Yeah, so, yeah, so what I wanted to say is that I think their principal, Hazel Regis, is a wonderful woman. I think she's a great administrator. I think that she's a stellar academician and somebody that I learned a lot from. But that'll probably be like the best thing I'm about to say right now. And so what I want to point out is there were 2 things on the board that was talked about. It was culture and facilities, okay? And look, I'm for all kids learning, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I'm definitely, you know, concentrating more on the African American students that are being serviced in the district. And I can tell you right now, there is a huge culture gap at Kenilworth. There's a huge culture disconnect at Kenilworth. And it's not coming from, I would say, the staff or even Ms. Regis. It comes from the people that manage it. They do not know how to reach our children. And I feel like they're using them as a means in order for them to fill budgets to pay people, bottom line. That's how I feel. Anytime you go into the boys' bathroom and there's not a running water urinal in that bathroom, that's a problem, okay? The facilities need to be upgraded. The facilities are subpar, and in my opinion, they are made like that because you're warehousing students. Oh, got a minute left. So I'll say this, and I'll say this with an emphatic opinion. I think that Ms. Hazel Regis is a great administrator. But what that young lady said up here and said about the historically underserved groups, they know nothing about serving them. Okay, so I implore this board to do one of 2 things. Deny this deal or defer this and go take a trip to Kenilworth and look around and see what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toombs.
Having taught summer school for 10 years gives you very, very open eyes in the district. You don't, okay, I'm really short, okay. You don't just see the one school you've been at for 15 years. You see who fails all the kids in the district. EBR summer school was funded probably, I'm just gonna throw a random number out. We all know I'm not a math person, but probably good 75, 80% by Kenilworth. They fail a whole lot of kids. Where's your stop and reteach? Where's your make sure they're getting it? And I'm gonna tell you right now, 8th graders coming in that don't know what an adjective or a noun is, I have a problem with that. Mr. Howard's completely right. And I'm very anti-charter, you're right. But there's a couple of them that I like. The ones that do right by our kids. I like that. I like Madison Prep, okay? They do right now. They need to take special ed kids, I'm gonna say that. But they're there for the kids. They do right by our kids. But when you come in and you're trying to make $1, off of my kids, and your whole goal is to make a profit, those kids aren't a dollar sign. They're not that $12,000 you're getting off of them, and then you're going to put them out after October 1st and send them back to EBR. That's not what they are. Those are lives. Those are future lawyers, future robotic engineers, future doctors, future school board members, future teachers. Those are people. And they are important and they matter. They're not money signs. And Kenilworth has failed figuratively and literally those children since its inception.
Thank you, Ms. Matthews.
I can just go?
Yes, ma'am. Just state your name and the clock will start.
All right, my name is Deja Thomas. I had no intention on speaking today, but as I sat and listened, I thought my voice should be heard. This is not my first rodeo here. I may have not been at a charter school application, but I surely have been at a renewal of one. I do want to thank Ms. Katie Blanchie for her work. I know it's a difficult job that she has to do, but I do have some things to say about her evaluation. For one, being an employee of Kenilworth, I know that there is a STEM school and it's statewide STEM focus and innovation all throughout the school. I know a lot of times these decisions are made based on how we respond or how applications are responding to very buzzwords like innovation, which are very relative, can be taken very different ways. But it's been very much so a STEM school that have innovated and taught schools on a multifaceted level. I also wanted to make sure the board is considering that we are comparing apples to apples. This is a middle school that is a 6 through 8 middle school. To compare Kenilworth to other middle schools, other schools around the East Baton Rouge School District that service K through 8 or other charter schools in the area is not a fair comparison. We got a grade of D with a metric that is continuously changing, and that should be considered. Although other schools have continuously changed, the pandemic and the problems that it faced this year has happened across the board. I want you to take the letter grade of the other schools and compare those. I'm sure if I had to take a guess, Kenilworth will be comparable, as though our score did drop a little bit. I'm sure the other schools have done so as well, but I couldn't sit and remain silent. I do agree with some of the people that spoke before me. I think the board should visit Kenilworth for themselves. I've only been employed there for the last 2 years. I know when I got there, there was an upgrade in facilities. I'm not sure what they looked like before. So if you guys want to come and take a look at the school, make that evaluation based on what you see for yourself and not what someone else has said. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Miranda Moncrief. I am an educator. I have taught only at Kenilworth for the last 6 years. So I can speak from being there and that being my only experience as an educator. Where we are now is not where we were when I first began at Kenilworth. So when we talk about culture, we've grown a lot, and there are a lot of things that are in place and that are going to continue to grow. Like Mr. Toombs brought up, Hazel Regis is amazing. I would not be the educator that I am today had it not been for her. I can call her at any time of the night, hey, this is the things that I'm thinking, and she will answer and she will respond. She is wonderful. I can look and see all of the growth that we have made. Yes, our school is a D. It is what it is, but what isn't being highlighted is the progress that we make with students. So we are 6 through 8. When we look at the state's models for SPS and for progress, students have a growth target to meet by the 8th grade. If a student is at a school K through 8 or in the same district for K through 8, that district has those 9 years to help make sure that that student reaches that growth target. We at Kenilworth get 3 years. So a lot of our students are coming in from EBR schools, not the ones that were mentioned because our kids don't come from the schools that are around our district. Most of them are coming from North Baton Rouge, mostly, and a few from the Gardere area. But most of our kids are coming from North Baton Rouge, and they do attend EBR schools. So when we get them, they're not where they're supposed to be at 6th grade, and that's fine. That's our reality. But what we are doing is we are growing children. I see it every day, and as the more of us continue to grow, our children are doing better too. So I don't think that it's fair to only look at just their SPS scores for our school. Progress matters, and you should talk to more of our kids and our families because there are a lot of them who are invested in us as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moncrief. Other comments from the audience?
What I'm handing out is one page from your charter policy. This should be really, really simple. On page 10 of the charter policy you approved in August of 2019, to be eligible to submit a charter school application, a group must, and I'm going to skip down to part 5, maintain an average letter grade of B or higher for existing schools in the state of Louisiana for experienced operator applicants. So I did a little bit of background, which basically confirms what Ms. Blunchy said earlier. This organization took over the school in 2009, 2010. The enrollment dropped from 613 to 426 between the last year run directly and their first year, it appears to me. And that kind of fits my recollection. Their last 2 school performance scores were D. And school performance scores are almost a totally useless metric, I'll agree. But here's the problem. With great fanfare, you adopted this policy. You need to follow the policy. Furthermore, that organization wouldn't have been camped out on one of our newer campuses for the last 12 years if the state hadn't taken over that school based on poor school performance scores. That school should not be in the recovery school district. The recovery school district was a colossal failure. All those schools should return to local control. The solution is not to help their bottom line by letting them experiment with elementary school children. Democracy is important. In the absence of a compelling, overwhelming argument to let a private organization run a school, you should turn down all these applications. And with this one, it's ridiculously simple. Just look at your policy, that line number 5. They don't have the right score. They weren't eligible to even ask this. Tell them no, with an exclamation point. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Other comments from the audience?
Anita Augustus, and I'm going to stand before you and say, when Kenilworth asked to be a charter, they knew that they had to raise the scores. They knew what the conditions were. Don't give me excuses about you don't have the babies. When you went into this business, you knew what you were getting. So to use that, to give them our babies to experiment on, is just unheard of. We wouldn't do that in business. Why would we do it in the business of our children to be educated? I suggest strongly that you follow our guidelines and vote no. Simple.
Thank you, Mr. Augustus. Any other comments from the audience? No. Seeing no other comments from the audience. Oh, there you go.
My apologies. We had a lot of people standing at the doorway, so I assumed that they were coming up to speak. I agree with Mr. Howard. These are children. And the charter school systems, or should I say the charter scam experiment, has always made it a very point to discriminate against our children with disabilities and not allow them an entrance into any of their brick and mortar buildings. When they do, they wait until that October 1st deadline, and then they tell the parents, hey, we realize we cannot service your child. So back to EBR school system, they come without the funding, without the MFP funding that is needed to educate our children with disabilities. Because as we know, the $12,000 is not enough to educate a child with a disability. So what do we tell these schools? I agree. Ms. Hazel Regis, whom I know and love, is a beautiful person inside and out. But that is not what is that's not the question that's at hand right now. The question at hand is, do we accept this charter? Their performance score rating would impact and affect ours as a school district and system as a whole. So we cannot allow that to fall by the wayside, especially when we are right now working on a strategic plan to actually help bring ours up. Second, we do need to form some kind of committee, because as I do realize, there is no real true middle school over in that area besides Liberty, where there is no Liberty. So what can we do? We can form a task force and see if this current administration that we have spent so much money on can actually do the job of helping them to actually get to the performance level that they should be, and then embrace them coming back into our school system as a traditional school, traditional middle school. And when I say traditional, I mean we eliminate the charter, because we are prostituting these kids out like it is nothing. And I don't use that word lightly, because that's exactly what it is. When we are giving them kids out to collect $1, that's the same thing as prostitution. That's what we're doing. We're prostituting the kids out. We the pimp. And we need to stop, because prostitution is not legal in Louisiana. It is in Las Vegas, but not Louisiana. So what I do ask that we do is we adopt a sustainable community school model, bring that school back in as a traditional public school once this administration have proved themselves worthy of actually bringing that school in, and we actually allow that school to directly feed Liberty where there is no Liberty High. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing none, we come back to the board. Mr. Goday.
Yes, I will be very quick. I just want to echo what Mr. Howard said. Nothing I have been one of the big proponents of all kids are our kids, and we work together on all of these. So everything that I do and say and vote tonight is focused basically and solely upon what I think is the best for the outcomes of the kids. So I applaud what Mr. Board Member Trammell Howard said, and I hope that we all keep that in mind, and that we don't let innuendo and false beliefs, because I've heard lots of statements said that from the data I've seen, really can't be backed up, but it's myths that are out there. But I'm only looking at this, an individual school in an individual case, and going, what do I think fits the best needs of students, and what do I think best fits the needs for the students in our entire district? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. Vice President Collins.
I assume that this would be cost neutral, but I want to confirm. The reason why I'm assuming it would be cost neutral is because they're asking for a grade change. That's not a Ms. Blunchy question. She looking like, I don't know. That's a Kelly Lopez question. I thought the superintendent, when I asked about a fiscal note, I think the information was prepared, and I don't think I'm catching your way off guard. How much would this particular charter cost? Again, my assumption, but I want to confirm, is that since they talking about a letter grade change.
We did not complete a fiscal note for the upcoming charters. We prepared a fiscal for the current charters that we have and the growth through 24, 25.
Okay.
But with any charter, you will pay a cost, you will pay the entire MFP per student and a portion of your local taxation, which is inclusive of your property and your sales tax, to both the general fund and then your propositions.
And approximate cost? per
You're looking at
child?
about $4,300 for your MFP, and currently it's about $7,000, $72, $75 for your local. It goes up and down based upon what you actually come in. In February, the LDOE sums it up and gives you a final costing based upon what you actually brought in. You start with an estimate.
So a rounded down conservative
You're looking at about
estimate, yeah.
$12,000 a child.
All right, thank you.
That's it.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Mr. Baloo?
Thank you. And I just wanted to say I appreciate all of the correspondence I received from people supportive of Kenilworth, and there's a lot of enthusiasm, which I appreciate. And it's not lost on me how difficult to succeed with a middle school only without a feeder school. The fact is, has been pointed out, we passed a charter policy a couple of years ago, and if we were looking at a renewal of an existing charter in our district, it wouldn't qualify. Kenilworth would not qualify for renewal, and for us, if we were to approve this application, I think it would make our current charter policy meaningless. So I do plan to vote to approve the recommendation of Ms. Blunchy.
Thank you, Mr. Baloo. Mr. Lannis?
Thank you, President Tapman. I'll try to be as brief as possible. First, I want to thank Ms. Katie Blunchy. I try to, as much as possible, always highlight you. This is my former middle school principal. I think I say that a lot, but you are so appreciated because you are very fair and balanced in your evaluations all the time. I just wanted to thank you for that. I just wanted to be clear because I didn't want it to come as any shock, but I too sympathize like my board colleague, Mr. Howard. Tonight, I will not be voting for any charter application for several reasons. And it is not because these are not great organizations. I will not negate that. It has nothing to do with that at all, but more about the work that we're trying to put in inside of our district to right size and do the right things on behalf of the district, because that's what we have been beholden to, or what we need to be beholden to. I think somebody already said it. I, too, was once an employee of Kenilworth, so I have, again, nothing against that program. All of these schools are serving kids. As a former educator who has served in private settings, charter school settings, as well as traditional settings, every child deserves to be accepted as one of our own. But this is the realization. As of right now, we are currently working through a strategic plan to try to right-size our district. We're currently working through a facilities plan to try to right-size the buildings that are under our authority. And currently, we are in negotiations with the state to try to return Type 5 charters back to our district, and we still have no understanding as a board how that would impact our budget as well as our district. Now, I say all that to say that in this time, we cannot put the cart before the horse. And the reason why is because we need to know how this is going to impact our teacher workforce as well as our student enrollment, because that's how MFP dollars are allocated, and the MFP funding is allocated. This is why the strategic plan is vitally important that we complete that plan and that we get it before our board so we understand what it is that we're working with and exactly what direction we're going in. And I think this also comes back to the point, because over a year ago, board member Howard was the one who said we need to start implementing RFQs before accepting applications so that we have a better understanding of what are the needs of our district as it regards charter schools. I think that we need to revisit that, and I think that this needs to become an actual policy that we implement and follow through on, using RFQs, putting those things out so that we have a thorough understanding of what it is that we're accepting before we try to accept them. So I just want to be clear on that. Again, nothing against any of these schools. I'm sure they are phenomenal, but we have to do what is best for the district. And before we can do what's best for our district, we have to understand what is best for our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tapman. Thank you, Mr. Lannis. You covered a lot of the points that I was going to make, so I'm only going to make one, and that is around the charter school policy that we worked very long and hard on. And there's always going to be organizations that come up that will not fit the policy, and but we have to follow, we want to follow this policy, and I am going to follow this policy this evening, regardless of how I feel about any of these schools. But at this particular time about Kenilworth, I really like Kenilworth's focus, and I like where they are, but nevertheless, our policy requires that they have a B or higher for existing schools, and also, even though they're not asking to add a school, they're asking to increase the reach to at least add elementary, and even under our guidelines, they would have to have a B or higher, or C with a progress letter grade of an A. And it just doesn't fit. So I would recommend that we follow the recommendation of the third-party evaluator that we were required to have in place by the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Ms. Dyson.
I'll be very brief. But I was in favor of us coming up with the guidelines because I felt like it could help to remove emotion from our decisions and make them on clear guidelines. And so this is really one of the first times that we're being challenged to really look at our guidelines and see how they match with the applicant, and this just doesn't match. And so we've kind of known this for a few years that we were heading down this path, and it's unfortunate, but I too believe that at this moment in time, this is the guidelines that we have to work with. These are the guidelines that we have to work with. And I was part of the board, our board, who approved these guidelines, and so we did it for a very specific reason, and so I just needed to state that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Mr. Howard.
Thank you, President Tapman, and I'll be very brief as well, just to make some final remarks and just kind of carry over into as we go into consideration of our other two applications. First thing, I've heard a lot about numbers and what the money allocations are doing and what happens when we open new charters. But one of the things that I think that we don't do in EBR very well is self-accountability. Charter schools exist in a form of however you feel about them, but parents choose to send their kids to these particular schools. So at some point, the question needs to be, what are we doing as a district where so many people are choosing to go elsewhere? There's a lot of things that happen in this district that we are not accountable for, but we are very quick to turn our head and speak about how charter schools are existing. You don't have to like them, you don't have to love them, you can hate them, you can be anti, whatever, but we have to take some self-accountability to figure out why our families are choosing other options. Because at the end of the day, they're not zoned to a charter school. They have to go themselves, fill out an application, and do that. Statewide, the average ACT score for a black student in this district, in this state, is a 16.5. There's things that schools and districts are doing that are not accountable for schools and families. So while we can bicker and debate about charter versus non-charter, we have to utilize this particular opportunity as a self-accountability metrics. If you take away our selective admission schools in EBR, we're failing kids. That has nothing to do with a charter, has nothing to do with anything. We, EBR, are failing kids if you take away every single A selective admission school. So at some point, this needs to be a gut check. I sit in central office every day and see some of the foolishness that occurs within our district. So we have to be accountable. We spend money every single day with no evaluations. We're just shelling it out. We got people taking money from this pot that's supposed to be a part. We're doing things that we need to be accountable for. So we're quick to hold charters accountable, but we have to utilize this opportunity as a gut check so that we as a district can do better, so that families can stay and choose our district.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. Vice President Collins.
I just want to say that I wholeheartedly 200% agree with what my colleague just said. We do need to hold all pieces accountable, including ourselves. It's a very important point that he made, and I'm in full agreement with my colleague. That being said, we do have to be fiscally responsible. We do have to do our due diligence as a board. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. The board is clear. The motion on the table is to follow the evaluator's recommendation to deny the charter application. A vote yes is to deny. A vote no is to not deny. And Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
President Tapman, would you please repeat that a vote yes is to deny?
A vote, I did. Yeah, a vote yes is to deny. The motion on the floor is to, yeah. Will you? Yeah.
Everybody done?
Oh, no. Okay. You don't need a motion for a denial.
Now, I'm going to, let me just do this again, since we, yeah, we have the
The motion is to accept the recommendation to deny the Kenilworth Science and Technology.
so if you
Charter
vote
School
yes, you are voting to deny the application.
Everybody good? The motion carries.
Thank you. We now, or if it's okay with you, we'll do it the same way. If Ms. Blunchy would give us her evaluation on item number 4, I'll read it in. Discussion, consideration of Baton Rouge Discovery Charter School application and related matters. Ms. Blunchy.
Thank you, President Tapman, and thank you for your kind comments, Mr. Lannis. I do appreciate that. Our second applicant is Baton Rouge Discovery Academy. They plan to open in 2023-24. They will have pre-K through 4 at start. The enrollment will be 820 students. At scale, they would have pre-K through 8 with 1,444 students. The mission is to provide a rigorous learning environment where students achieve academically, develop intellectual curiosity, and practice environmental responsibility while exploring health sciences topics. The East Baton Rouge Parish School System will launch Pathways to Bright Futures excuse me, in 2022-23, an opportunity that will connect students to high skills, high wage, high demand jobs aligned to local area industries. Students can earn an associate degree or industry credentials in the following areas: technology, construction and manufacturing, transportation and logistics, and liberal arts and management. Of particular interest is medical and pre-med. The areas of study will include registered nurse, pre-med, CNA, allied healthcare. The industry partners would include Our Lady of the Lake, excuse me, Franciscan Health Ministries Universities, Baton Rouge General, Ochsner Health, and Acadian Ambulance. Glen Oaks Magnet High School serves students in grades 6 through 12. This high school offers AP classes, dual enrollment, magnet offerings, and 3 centers of excellence, including the medical magnet, health sciences, sports medicine, and radio broadcasting academies, which prepare students for high-demand, high-wage occupations. This school also offers EL and ESS support, an excellent athletic program, and boasts the EBR Counselor of the Year, Ms. Murray. The EBR Career and Technical Education Center offers high-wage, high-demand careers to students in 9 through 12 in the medical field, among others. They can earn certification in pre-nursing, emergency medical technicians, and in addition, CTEC offers dual enrollment and the ability to earn an associate degree while in high school. BASIS, Baton Rouge, currently serves students in K through 4, and according to their website, focuses on the deep knowledge base necessary for students to tackle a demanding curriculum. BASIS Baton Rouge is in partnership with Women's Hospital, and therefore the application for Baton Rouge Discovery Academy presents nothing new and innovative for the district as required by Bulletin 126. Other items of interest. The curriculum chosen for the proposed school is not Tier 1. During the interview, the Discovery team indicated that the curriculum that they're using works well for them. Assessments for the proposed school are not Tier 1. If the partnership between Discovery and Ochsner is finalized, Ochsner would have 50% of the seats as a corporate sponsor. Employees of the school, regardless of home address, would have access to the remaining seats, making the proposed school a Type 2 charter. A location for the proposed school has not yet been selected. During the interview, the Discovery team indicated they're looking at vacant private school property near the healthcare district for the proposed school. It's my recommendation that you deny this application.
Thank you, Ms. Blanchi. I'd like to invite the applicants to come up, and same as before, we'll give we'll give everybody 10 minutes to make your presentation.
Good evening. There, yes. Good evening, Dr. Narcisse and EBR board members. I'm Patty Glazer. I'm the founding head of school for Discovery Health Sciences Academy. I'm here tonight to support the Baton Rouge Discovery Charter application. We're excited to bring Discovery schools to Baton Rouge. We currently educate 2,400 students in Jefferson Parish. This coming year, in 21-22, we'll educate 2,700 students with 2,000 students on our wait list. We're an open enrollment charter school. In 2019, we educated 72% economically disadvantaged, 14% SPED students, and have maintained an AB academic rating since our opening in 2013. Discovery's subgroup performance in all subgroups exceeds district and state performance. We offer a wide array of clubs and sports for our students. In this past year, with all of the many challenges of COVID, we provided on-campus instruction for 2,000 students, only pivoting to virtual learning when local data was significant, which was approximately 3 to 4 weeks total. Discovery also ran a virtual school by request of parents, as they are our partners, for 400 students this year due to COVID. I'm proud of our performance this past year in regard to honoring academic minutes and students' needs while keeping faculty safe. Our academic performance is excellent, our wraparound services are exceptional, and our health sciences mission from pre-K through 12th makes Discovery unique and innovative. I urge you to support the creation of the Baton Rouge Discovery Health Sciences Academy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Glazer.
Let me begin by saying good evening to the EBR School Board, Superintendent Narcisse, fellow educators, families, and constituents of East Baton Rouge. My name is Dr. Jesse Watson, founding principal of Kenner Discovery Health Sciences Academy. Over the past 8 years, Discovery Schools has grown leaps and bounds while remaining a high demand and high performance school. Since year one in 2013, a supportive school culture has been an integral piece of the success of our network by increasing connectedness within the school, increasing engagement, improving student academic performance. Honor, endurance, academic achievement, responsibility, and tolerance. Those are our core values and are the heartbeat of Discovery Schools. We have inspired and engaged professional faculty and staff who ensure our students thrive, have a safe and supportive environment that nurtures students' growth, and also have a strong social-emotional skills to be positive and engaged participants in their learning. We pride ourselves on having a welcoming environment. When you think of essential characteristics of a positive school culture, some, if not all, of the following may come to mind. Strong relationships being a foundation, high academic expectations, and strong supports. Consistency with expectations, both academic and cultural. Regular collection of feedback on surveys and questionnaires, where our student and faculty, as well as parent feedback, has consistently been both helpful, both qualitative and quantitative for our school environment, and also how we improve it. These are all facets of Discovery Schools. And there's also data that may not reflect on a survey. The smiles on students' faces as they step off the buses in the morning, the delight seen on students' and parents' faces as they're welcomed in carpool. Also a fist bump, pre-COVID, or the air high five many of us have adjusted to during social distancing. We simply do what's best for children and what aligns with our school's mission. Discovery Schools is second to none and would be an excellent open enrollment educational option for families in East Baton Rouge. I strongly encourage you, each board member, to carefully consider your thoughts and actions and vote in favor of authorizing Discovery Schools to be a Type 1 charter within East Baton Rouge Parish school system. Also, each and every one of you, board members, as well as superintendent, you're welcome to visit any one of our campuses to get a snapshot of learning in action. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Good evening to the Honorable Board and Dr. Narcisse. My name is Natalie Newton. I'm the Director of Strategic Development for Discovery Schools, so I have served as the charter application contact. I also work with our teams for admissions and communications at Discovery Schools. I'm a former board member for Discovery Health Sciences Foundation, and is here to just talk about our mission to homegrown future healthcare professionals. In addition, I'm a founding parent of Discovery Schools. And the choice that I made, I know I heard that word used earlier, to send my children there even before they had doors to open was one of the best decisions I've ever made for our family. I'm simply here to show heart, to show support for our school, and to address any questions or concerns you may have related to those roles that I've served at Discovery, and also to thank you for your consideration this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Newton. Okay, so do we have a motion? What do you move? Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Ware Jackson to accept the evaluator recommendation to deny. Is there a second? Ms. Bernard? Seeing no questions or comments from the board. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because of family relationships with Ochsner Health Administration, I will recuse myself from this
Thank you,
vote.
Mr. Goday. Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions or comments from the board, does anyone in the audience wish to speak on this item, number 4?
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Narcisse. My name is Tanisha Ellis, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Baton Rouge Area Chamber. We're asking the board to support the district moving forward and accepting a proven high-quality and high-performing school. We're asking the board to make a student-driven decision that's in the best interest of our students and community, and will be vitally important to boosting our talent pipeline. BRAC supports school choice and believes the board should give parents the choice to have their students experience this phenomenal school. Again, BRAC is seeking the board's support to approve the high-quality school with a proven track record of success. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Caroline Romer, and you often hear from me as the executive director of the Louisiana Charter School Association, but tonight I'm standing here as a resident of Baton Rouge and a proud mom of an 8th grader. I know Discovery School personally, not only because it's a charter school, but because I have visited it a number of times. I'm told that none of you have visited the school. I'm told that no one from your administration has visited the school. And I'm telling you, it is a phenomenal place. It's a place where over 1,500 families are trying to get in through the waiting list. The people that run that school are some of the best educators in the state. Dr. Patty Glazier is someone that I would entrust the most important person in my life to, my son. I wish Discovery was here. And I'm very sad that you all did not take more time to go learn about that school and see it. I've heard what you've said tonight. It's all about your vision and what's to come. And I'm telling you, you are missing out on a fantastic school that people in this city would be hugely excited over. I hope that you get your plan together soon. It took you 20 years to get your policy. So I hope your vision comes within the next few months, but I'm telling you, you've made a mistake on this one if you pass on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Romer. Any other comments from the audience?
I think you'd be wise to follow your expert's recommendation and deny this. I like Mr. Lannis's comments not too many moments ago about let's get your own system organized, see if there's a need. If there is, then maybe somebody can provide it. But as a taxpayer and a voter, I have a big problem with the concept that a bunch of people from Metairie and Kenner can do a better job of educating Baton Rouge kids than the folks we elected. So, furthermore, I did a little bit of research and it looks as though their second high school, the one with Mr. Oxner's name in it, is in violation of the requirement that they serve a particular portion of poor kids. My reading of it is that Jefferson Parish is 85% economically disadvantaged, and that school appears to have 60%. If they really have that long a waiting list, they shouldn't be serving only relatively wealthy kids. Same problem as basis. Don't perpetuate that by having yet another exclusive, privately operated, publicly funded school that excludes poor kids and special ed kids. So I think you're on the right path to deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney.
Great evening. And I love that everybody from Kenner Discovery had to read off their cell phones, because that meant that they had nothing innovative or nothing actually honest to say about their actual school. If you want to speak to parents of children with disabilities that have actually attended Kinder Discovery, I would definitely put you in touch with them so that they can let you know personally how Kinder Discovery has failed children with disabilities. This is a school that is actually designed to only house the majority of the children of staff from Oshner. That's what it said. 50% of the staff, 50% of the seats would be children whose parents are employed with Oshner, irregardless of where they live. Irregardless. That means there's a selective admissions. Selective admissions is not something that we can have. EBR school system, traditional public schools, does not have that same luxury. So why should we allow that? If Ms. Roma would like to say something positive about Kinder Discovery, then it should be that they have failed to service the children with disabilities. That is a very well-known documented fact, and I don't expect her to say anything that would say something wrong against the charters, considering she's the president of the Charter Association. If I had to give an analogy, since people did not like my term with prostitution, I would use a plantation. Kinder Discovery is nothing short of a modern-day plantation. Now you get to decide on who the master is and who the slaves are. But for sure, I don't have to come up here and read off of my cell phone to tell you anything great about EBR traditional public schools, and I don't have to read off my cell phone to tell you anything bad about Kinder Discovery. It is an abomination, and it is nothing short of a civil rights violation. That's exactly what it is. And if they continue to violate those children with disabilities like they do with them seclusions and restraints, then it would definitely be another problem. That's why Congress is currently looking at keeping all children safe in schools, partially because of Kinder Discovery. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Corley. Any other comments from the audience?
Name is Raymond Allman, voter, resident, and homeowner in District 4. It's almost amazing to be talking about an open enrollment school that's a B, and you have a consideration not to approve it. I've heard some, members talking about the percentage of low-income students at a school such as this. There is only a handful of schools, not many of them open enrollment, that kids and parents are really clamoring to go to at East Baton Rouge Parish. Did you know of those schools, right? The ones that are highly rated, that parents want to go to. We don't have a lot of low-income students there. Baton Rouge High, 35%, per our definition, right? You're talking about this charter definition of low-income students. Did you know? Also, Sherwood Middle, 49%. 49% of low-income students per this definition, right, that you're talking about. And all of these schools, Mayfair, and we can talk about numbers, right, and they're not asking to be like no low-income students, but the more opportunity we give kids to reach their absolute genius, they'll do it. And we need more opportunity. Nobody can give us that, and you can't say it's about low-income students and them not serving low-income students, because our schools, our low-income students don't have the seats. Black boys, less than 20% in all of these schools, Westdale Heights, all of the schools, people want to get in. We're not in the schools. We don't have the opportunity to go to the schools. You can ask parents, and so they make other choices. This is a great choice. I've known Jesse for years, and he didn't ask me to speak. I don't work for them, but it's an opportunity for him to come back home, or for them to take what they've learned to be a B school, open enrollment, no test like our magnet schools. So somebody's hollering, a percentage, but you have to get a test to get into Sherwood. This is not a test, right? And so no matter what your percentage is, kids are gonna take advantage, families are gonna take advantage if they want to, and so you should, give them an opportunity. And hopefully if you don't, the state will, and kids will go.
I wasn't going to say anything because I don't know enough background on the school itself, so I didn't feel that I should say something. Though I do know Ms. Blunchy, and I trust her word impeccably. Up there with Ms. Crawford, if she says something, but okay. But I will say that, you know, from the report, it appears that they should have applied for a Type 2 charter, and that would probably be approved because of the children they would be servicing. Not saying anything about the job that they are doing, because I do not know about that. Oh, and also Raymond Almond is not registered to vote, nor does he live in that house in District 4.
Any other comments from the audience? Seeing no other comments from the audience, we're back to the board. Any comments or questions from the board? Ms. Collins, Vice President Collins.
Being consistent, I'm looking at the enrollment numbers the first year. Based on what Ms. Lopez was explaining, at 820 students times an approximate 12,000, that would be a $9 million additional deficit to the board. Again, everything is not pure dollars and cents, but in the context of us already facing deficit is important to take note. And that's not going up to the total enrollment requested at capacity. It would be a $17 million deficit to the board, and I just wanted to lift that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Ms. Dyson.
I just want to make sure that I understand a few things. Can someone just reiterate to me the numbers that they are asking to serve up to? I'm looking.
Ms. Blunchy, do you have that information?
I think I had it at one time, but I just would like to, I think it's 750 from pre-K through 8.
It's pre-K through 4 at start with 820 students. And then at scale, it's pre-K through 8.
Pre-K through 4 is 820 to start.
Yes.
Okay.
And then at scale, it's pre-K through 8. With 1,444 students.
Okay. And just the one site?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So I've been watching this Baton Rouge Health District for a number of years, and watching I've been very interested in the whole concept, and think I definitely support a school partnering in with that whole health district. I do believe, I know years and years ago, we had other medical magnets and a really large program at Bel Air that was highly, highly successful through mediation and all that was done with the DSEG. That was moved, and so it's, you know, not in a very centralized area as this would probably be. And I just feel like there are big numbers of students that are not being offered educational opportunities close to home in our district, and I've said that for decades. And it's hard for me not to want for all students, every single family across our district to have access. And I'm fully supportive of our superintendent and what he has already been doing, working 7 days a week, long hours for the past 4 or 5 months. And I know that we can't take a new superintendent and expect the kind of change that we so need any more rapidly than he is trying to promote. And I wholeheartedly appreciate the vigor and enthusiasm and tireless energy. And as we design our plans, we've got to become more proactive. And I do believe we are in a position to become more proactive because we have someone who wants us to be and is not accepting just the status quo. And I so much appreciate it. But I don't know that we are going to be in a position to, I even had a meeting that I brokered with the past CEO of Women's Hospital. And it's a few blocks from one of our high schools. And I tried, and this was even before Basis, I even knew Basis was building there. And I really tried to encourage a partnership so that our students at our nearby high school could come and do volunteer hours at the hospital. I've done everything I know to do, and I've been watching this health district. And we, unfortunately, didn't have a superintendent who was as eager to be innovative and be out-of-the-box thinking. So we've lost some ground, and we're trying now to catch back up. And I have a hard time when I see the stats not supporting opportunities for all students. And so I do have a question about now we've done it with Basis and that different contract with that hospital partnership with their employees. So that has happened. But what I'm not understanding is the employees of the school, regardless of home address. That part I don't understand because I don't think that's happening at Basis, because I understand that it would be required to be a type 2 charter if it was going to take a regional approach of acceptance of students. And so I'm a little bit confused as to, is this really an application for a type 1, or is it going to be regional? Please.
Yeah, it's a type 1 charter application. If the board were to approve this, the contract and the law requires type 1s to only draw from within the geographic boundaries of the district. So the contract would reflect what's required by law.
Mm-hmm. So the difference is if it's a type 1, it's only going to pull from EBR, school system lines.
That's correct.
If it is rejected by us and if they chose to go to the state, and then a type 2 could make it a regional concept. But in their application, they wanted to be regional. The way that it's worded in this evaluation summary, it says employees of school, regardless of home address, would have access, making this a type 2 charter. So I'm confused.
I can't speak to the intent of the applicant. I can only say that if this is approved as a type 1 charter, it's the geographic boundaries are the limits for student
Right.
population.
So Ms. Blunchy, can you explain this in bold, your sentence in bold here? am trying to get some clarity here.
Well, and I appreciate the question. I agree with what Mr. Shamlin said. It is all spelled out it has to be, what I'm saying is, it needs to be spelled out in the contract that it is a type 1 charter and only students who reside in East Baton Rouge Parish would be allowed to attend.
So you're saying in their application, they actually used the verbiage that...
No, that's my verbiage.
Okay, so they didn't say that they wanted to, regardless of home address?
Correct.
Oh.
My concern is that it is a possibility and that when the contract is up, or when the contract is designed, it needs to say specifically that it's a type 1 charter with only students from East Baton Rouge Parish.
So I guess I'm just trying to ask then the intent in the application. I'm just wondering why this got brought up about the home address, regardless of home address. Was there something in the application that made us think that they really did prefer a regional plan? Would y'all like to speak to your preference here?
Between Orleans and Jefferson parishes, if a teacher teaches in one parish or the other, there's a tag-along policy that is complementary for both. It rarely happens, but if a parent is working at the school, the child can then go to the school. There's very few faculty kids, they don't make up the majority of our school by any way, shape, or form. They take a couple of seats at every grade level. If we partner with Ochsner, like we did for the Dr. John Ochsner School, which will eventually be 750 seats when it's fully grown, Ochsner gets 50% of the seats. According to the state law for a charter corporate contract, the corporation can get 50% of the seats, no matter where the employee lives, because they are an employee of that corporation.
Okay.
So, and state law also requires to apply to the district first, which we did, and we did in good spirit. I'm not sure why the employee thing came up, because I think it applies to 2 students at our school, and just it's a reverse policy, the tag-along between Orleans and Jefferson, an understood policy, because people cross parish lines to work.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Shamlin, so we don't have any like neighboring districts that agree to take our students or us take theirs, do we?
To my knowledge, no, ma'am, we don't.
Okay. All right. So that requires a district-to-district agreement.
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dyson. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tatman. I have a couple of concerns as far as the services that are provided. There are a lot of repeat services in the application, and although I support more schools in that particular area, I think that as a district, we need to really get on the ball with providing these schools ourselves, instead of having another entity come in and duplicate some of the services that we already have in our strategic plan and we already have in the district. I'm thinking particularly about the services that CTEC provides. And so I have a bit of difficulty with this application, and also the going through the same types of obstacles we're fielding with the seats. Some of the questions that Ms. Dyson just presented. Whether whether the students that are served will be students within the district, and whether this school is more or less a type 2 rather than, in description, rather than a type 1. So I just wanted to express my concerns, and that's basically it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. Mr. Howard?
Just wanted to lift up for a point of clarity. The intent of the intent of Kingdom Discovery, whatever it is, like they're coming to us for a reason. Like if they're applying to be a type 1 charter school, in order for them to even go through the process of becoming a type 2, they have to go through this process first. So I don't necessarily clarifying, like they have to come here first, irregardless of what type and the regional things. If they come here and we would still approve them, they would be a type 1 charter school. So just a point of clarity, it's a part of the process as we determine these applications.
Thank you, Mr. Howard. You pressed the button again. You want to talk again? No, I'm just kidding with you. Thank you. It's getting late. Okay, the board is clear. The motion is to accept the recommendations of the evaluator and deny the application. A vote yes is to deny. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
We now move to item K5. Ms. Beluncci, discussion, consideration of Great Hearts of Baton Rouge School application and related matters.
Our third applicant is Great Hearts Baton Rouge 1, 2, and 3. The mission of the school is to cultivate the minds and hearts of students through the pursuit of truth, goodness, and beauty. Great Hearts, based in Phoenix, Arizona, seeks to open 3 schools in Baton Rouge. Great Hearts 1 seeks to open in 2022-23 with 664 students in grades K through 7. At scale, the proposed school would have 1,456 students in grades K through 12. Great Hearts 2 would be the same demographics and open in 2024-25. Great Hearts 3 would open in 2027-28 with the same demographics, making the total number of students enrolled in Great Hearts schools in Baton Rouge 4,368. In 9 Great Hearts schools located in Texas, the average percent of economically disadvantaged students is 22%. Great Hearts states in their application that they'll choose to take 40% economically disadvantaged students, inclusive of 8% ESS and 5% in the proposed school. Bulletin 126 requires that charter schools must enroll a percentage of economically disadvantaged and ESS students that is at least 85% of the average of the school district where the charter resides. The applicant does not meet this criterion. During the interview, the Great Hearts team indicated that School 2 would not open until School 1 was a success. Financials, however, indicate School 2 will be built in Year 2, and School 3 will be built in Year 4. The curriculum for the proposed school is not Tier 1. The assessments for the proposed school are not Tier 1. According to information provided in the interview, core teachers are typically not certified. Only 40% of the K-5 grade level teachers at the Great Hearts schools are certified. The goal of the organization is to hire liberal arts majors and allow them to be paraprofessionals as a year for training. Teachers are evaluated on a short cycle with the rubric created by Great Hearts and does not align with the LDOE approved evaluation tool, which is Compass. Dual enrollment courses will not be offered. Industry-based certification courses will not be offered. Jumpstart 2.0 will not be offered. International Baccalaureate will not be offered. Center for Aerosol Impacts on Chemistry courses at CAICE will not be offered. 2 advanced placement courses will be offered in physics and calculus. The proposed school has no track record of partnering with local school districts. For these reasons, I recommend that you deny the application to Great Hearts 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you, Ms. Bunchy. I would invite Great Hearts of Baton Rouge 1, 2, and 3 representatives to make a presentation, and you have 10 minutes, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, President Tapman, and to the board and to Superintendent Narcisse for letting us be here today. And thank you to Ms. Bunchy. We have some responses to some of her points about our application. I have some other members of the application team that will also come up and address our program. My name is Dr. Daniel Scoggin. I have a 25-year career in education as a teacher, a coach, a principal, and co-founder of our nonprofit organization, nonprofit at all levels, Great Hearts Academies. And it's been the joy of my life to bring a classical liberal arts education to kids and students, young men and women from all backgrounds. The overall point regarding Great Hearts, the core purpose of Great Hearts is to unlock the potential of every child. I've heard the board speak to that point tonight. Every child. We are a student, scholar-centered organization. Every decision we make is focused on our children and how we can serve them better and better every day. And we think a classical liberal arts education that teaches deep critical thinking through the Socratic method, a beautiful liberal arts curriculum, is the best way to unlock the potential of every child we serve. I would also point out that our schools are deeply inclusive. We define ourselves not by who we exclude, by who we include in a classical liberal arts curriculum. So we'd like to talk about that as well, our goals for the school in serving all scholars in Baton Rouge. When we met with Superintendent Narcisse several months ago, he was very kind to take a meeting from us. He said, "What's your innovation? How will you add value to the parish?" We are innovative. There is not an open enrollment classical liberal arts school in the parish. We are bringing a deep innovation that does not exist. We think that's very important to note. Secondly, the location of the school. We seek to locate our first campus in the south portion of the parish, where the demographic and census tract analysis clearly show there's a lack of open enrollment schools, especially in middle school and high school. We will bring scholars back into the parish, into this academic program. It's not a zero-sum game. It's addition. It's multiplication. Together, we can partner to add more kids into the parish by bringing them back in because they haven't had an option. So we think that's a very important point. It's addition, not a zero-sum game of just a set amount of students. We will add to the enrollment overall in the parish. Lastly, I'd just like to point out results. Great Hearts has a 20-year track record of exceptional academic results. In our schools in Arizona and Texas, we have 33 schools. Our low-income students significantly outperform the state averages. Our average SAT score, and this goes across thousands of graduates, is 1250, public enrollment school. ACT score, 28. With hard work, with partnership, we can deliver that here in Baton Rouge too, to graduates from these academies. So to close, the reason that I believe you should approve our charter application today is that we will be a unique, innovative, and value-add partner to the work that the parish is doing. That's our sole purpose in applying for this charter, to serve kids. It's at the center of our organization. So thank you for listening to these opening remarks. I want to go a little bit further, President Tapman, with these 10 minutes and answer a couple of Ms. Blunchy's comments just to round out the context of our application. So I'd like to call up our VP of Curriculum, Mr. Jake Tawney, to talk about our curriculum as a Tier 1
You have about
option.
6 minutes left, so
Yes, sir.
go
Yes,
right
sir.
ahead. Yeah, it's all your time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, President Tapman, board members. It's such a delight to be here. My name is Jake Tawney. I'm the Vice President of Curriculum for Great Hearts, and wanted just to speak a little bit to that since that was called into question by the third-party evaluator. The classical model is something very near and dear to my heart. Really, what we're seeking is to bring the very best curriculum, the very best pedagogy to all students. We believe fundamentally with Mortimer Adler that the best education is the best education for all. At the same time, we remain open to innovation. We remain open to improvements of our curriculum. As we look at our highly successful curriculum, it meets or exceeds all the criteria that's laid out by the Department of Education for Louisiana in its description of what it means to be Tier 1. What we do is we offer the best that's been said, the best that's been written. What the model that we're offering really is the education of Cicero, the education of Abraham Lincoln, and the education of Martin Luther King Jr. And we fundamentally believe that what we're doing, what is so innovative, is we're taking a model that has been really regulated to private schools, and we're bringing it to all students. And we have a proven track record of success with this. Our special education students are achieving at near the state average, the general average, very near the state average in both states that we operate. For economically disadvantaged students, they're exceeding the state average by 10 to 15 points, and we do this consistently. And our students graduate after having experienced the model and go off to all sorts of universities around the country. And they're remarkably successful. And one of the things we're most proud of is not only are they getting into the colleges and getting the scholarship money, but they're remaining there. And they're graduating from college. This is the model that we want to bring to Baton Rouge. And I'll just say very personally in closing, there are two things that I love, that are near and dear to my heart. One is public district education. I spent 12 years teaching in a public district school. I'm the son of educators, son of public district educators. One is public district education, the other is classical education. I am very excited about the opportunity to have a true partnership, to bring those two worlds of my career together as we think about coming to Baton Rouge. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jake. And just a couple other points regarding what Ms. Blunchy said. In our charter, we're very clear that we will meet the 85% requirement in the first year. We talked about that 40% of low income as we build out our transportation plan in the south part of the parish. We're right near Gardier. We also would seek to open 3 campuses, including campuses in North Baton Rouge. Regarding teacher certification, we will have certified SPED teachers, but as you know, charter schools need not have certified teachers. We hire teachers with master's degrees in math, PhDs in literature, who are deep subject level experts that we train within our academies to deliver a great curriculum. To close, I may just, President Tapman, just if I have more time, I'd like to invite Dana Henry from our community outreach team to just come up and say a few words about how we will bring the school to the community.
Thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Great Hearts team. There's 3 reasons why I decided to be a part of the Great Hearts team, not just as an attorney and general counsel, but also as a person who's worked in public education advocacy since 2013. I was fortunate enough in 2018 to work for the Urban League of Louisiana, and we did a education equity report for Baton Rouge. And as I talked to the Great Hearts team about them coming and knowing the options that many of the scholars and families need in East Baton Rouge Parish, there's three big data points that stick out of why we need true options like Great Hearts, a unique learning experience in the parish. The first one is African-American students, according to our equity report of Urban League in 2018, were underrepresented in A schools. 52% of African-American students in East Baton Rouge Parish attended a D or F school. First reason why we need a Great Hearts type school. Second reason, 53 out of 98 schools were rated D or F by the Louisiana Department of Education in 2018. Another reason why we need options in this for struggling parents who don't want to submit their kids to the school-to-prison pipeline. And the third reason, 23,468 students, 47.5% of students in East Baton Rouge Parish attended a DRF school, but yet we talk about potential financial hits against the district. Those parents don't have time to wait for vision setting and strategic plans. Every day that we deny qualified applicants based upon the criteria laid out by the state, we are perpetuating a school-to-prison pipeline. So I implore you, consider overruling the recommendation of the evaluator. So these 23,468 kids can actually have a shot at a real life once they get outside of Baton Rouge.
Well, thank you, President Tapman and Board, and that concludes our opening remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Scoggin. We will now, so we can do this. I would like to get a motion. Okay, Ms. Bernard.
I would like to move that we approve Great Hearts Baton Rouge. Thank you, Mr. Blue.
Ms. Collins.
What caused the curriculum to be labeled not Tier 1?
I think Ms. Blanchie, that question is for you.
Yes, ma'am. And with that question, I had help from the East Baton Rouge Parish School System. There are certain curriculums that are rated Tier 1 or Tier 2 or Tier 3, and I relied on the help of Dr. Rutledge to help me with that decision.
And my basic, because I'm not an academician, no, not educated. Tier 1, there's a certain amount of rigor, et cetera.
Yes, ma'am.
Tier 2
is less rigor.
Tier 3. Okay. And so there was no way to have some kind of correlation with what they do to show. I'm just, he offered a different perspective, and I'm just making sure I understand.
Right. The curriculum would have to be put side by side with certain criteria from the State Department of Education. I didn't have access to the curriculum, so that was not possible.
Okay.
I just know that they are not Tier 1.
All right, and which is a certain level of rigor. Okay, thank you. And again, in the spirit of being consistent with the initial enrollment at 664, that would be 7.9 million, and then the max enrollment at 1456 would be $17.4 million. And the superintendent did a press release, et cetera, earlier this week about some plans for the district. I think, superintendent, one thing that would be important, because magnet schools come up a lot, and some of the points I totally agree with, and some of the points I've been educated with some details and look at it differently. And I just suggest to the superintendent that as he moves forward with his plans, that, because a lot of people are saying things, including myself, all right? And as he presents his plan to move forward, that there be some board education on details about certain aspects of our magnets, for example. Some of our high-performing, high-demand magnets don't require testing, which is a misconception. Now, some of them may require other things, but people at least need to speak the same language when they explain, and so people could be on one accord as they discuss the different concerns and issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Dyson.
So In the backup material, I had read, and I have pulled up state-aligned curriculum is what they are proposing. So it may not be Tier 1, but I don't know that we've had, I think we're kind of new to district-wide Tier 1, and we're very hopeful that it's going to produce what we're hoping to produce by standardizing that amongst our schools. But I do think they are committed to a state-aligned curriculum. And so I wanted to kind of point that out. One of the things that I am aware of is that the application is as is. But there is, from what I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Shamlin, there is a way to, although the application is what it is, to specify that in contract negotiations, we would like to contemplate just the first school for now. And because there was some, it was going to prove itself, and then it was like, but this is already in the second year and the fourth year, and then, so we might not have enough years of data to show what it really is going to be doing. And not only that, but I would like us to be as they are saying that they would like us to be a true partnership. I have actually encouraged another of our charters to do something that's not been done as far as a truer partnership, and that is with the Aviation Academy. I would really like to see some of our, now, we're not talking about our and their and all of that, but I'm saying our traditional students in our traditional schools, that we may have one school that partners to get our students have those same kinds of opportunities. They're very good at philanthropy. They're, you know, maybe we can, this is what charters are supposed to be, is innovative and show us ways to provide other potentials that we may have difficulties doing, but in partnership with them, we may be able to do some replication. So I am not 100% sure, but I understand that that is a doable thing to say that in contract negotiations, we would contemplate the first school that they're proposing, and that we would then see where our vision has taken us, how quickly we've been able to move, and how quickly we've been able to develop a true trusting partnership with this innovative charter. And so I guess I'd have to hear that that would be a willingness amongst both, and I would like to see if it is, that we could make that as a friendly to the original motion.
I get, are you offering to make a friendly amendment to Ms. Bernard's motion?
Yes, and I've asked a question first, though, just to make sure that in contract negotiations, and I'm asking it of our general counsel and of the applicants.
All right, so the motion on the floor is to approve the application for 3 schools, schools 1, 2, and 3. If that motion were to pass, I would have to negotiate a contract for all 3 schools. So my recommendation is a substitute motion. If your intent is to only approve 1 school for the night, a substitute motion to do just that.
Or a friendly
Or a
amendment.
Or a friendly amendment to
If
the
the
current
mover
motion.
and seconded.
And if we've got willingness, that would be a doable.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's take it one step at a time. Friendly amendment?
I'm okay with it, but I guess it's a moot point if the applicant isn't interested in that.
Dr. Scroggs, could we get at least a little bit of feedback from you?
Yes, sir, we're very interested in that amended motion.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, thank you. So, yes, ma'am, but you accept, Is both accept that? Okay, so the motion is now, has a friendly amendment, and it's for just one? Is it just, okay. Motion to approve Great Hearts number 1. Okay, Ms. Bernard.
With the understanding that you all would have the opportunity to come back for 2 and 3. Okay, and so I think I'm next up in the queue. I just wanted to point out also that I'm not sure that the Iliad, Shakespeare, Milton, and Frederick Douglass are Tier 1 curriculum either. So I don't really see that there is a problem with classical education. I think one challenge for our board when comparing this type of education to our tiers 1, 2, and 3, we maybe need a little education on what a classical education is. Ms. Collins and I both have undergraduate degrees in English. Ms. Dyson has a degree in humanities as well. And maybe some others of us have the same type of education. So we have maybe a little bit, tiny bit of understanding, but there's more that we would like to know. I would like to say that. So, and I just really wanted to comment on that. I don't want to slam your curriculum or your programming because it isn't what our state calls Tier 1, because I'm sure that all of your students are getting a rigorous education, especially when your average ACT score is 28. That's very impressive. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Seeing no other comments or questions from the board for now, we now go to the audience. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak to the motion on the floor?
I really appreciate, I think his name was Mr. Henry's passion. Okay, so I have 2 liberal arts degrees from Purdue University, one in English, one in African American Studies. I'm alternate certified. The vast majority of the stuff that your high-performing schools use is not Tier 1. Tier 1 is low. Sorry, everybody behind me. If I'm going to dumb down what I do, sure, I'll start using Tier 1. But Dr. Robinson, you didn't hear that. So I can get past them not using Tier 1. What I can't get past is the 40% being economically disadvantaged, and even worse than that, 5% being sped. So that means you're going to discriminate against my child. That means you're going to discriminate against Karanda's child, and I guarantee you she's going to come up here. You don't get to pick and choose. When you get in the business of education, there's no picking and choosing which students you serve. The children who show up at your door, you educate, you love, you push, you move, you make them who they're going to become. You don't say, oh, no, we've hit this limit of how many special ed students we're going to have. You don't do that. And by the way, my special ed child at 13 years old got a 97.8 at Yale in the middle of the pandemic. So y'all might want to take more special ed students.
I love liberal arts education. I also love democracy. If you want to have classical education at a bunch of elementary, middle, and high schools, go for it. Don't hire a corporation from Arizona or Texas to do it for you. One thing my liberal arts education did for me is to recognize logical fallacies. If their application says they're going to have 40% economically disadvantaged kids, don't believe them when they change their mind and suddenly say they're going to meet the 85 standard. Basis isn't pretending to meet that. They've been in violation of their contract since day one. Don't do that again. But I'm going to make this really easy for you. Aside from the fact that you shouldn't give a private corporation an opportunity to use our tax money to buy a private school building that we're never going to get back and that they'll be able to sell to some other purpose when they lose their charter. Again, I have a handout because this is really, really simple. Again, from your board charter policy, very top of this page, page 36 of the policy approved in August 15th of 2019. The board of directors of each charter operator shall consist of no fewer than 7 members. This proposed charter operator has either 1 or 3 members, depending on which page of their application you read. Either there's 1 member, and it's an out-of-state corporation, or there are 3 members, 2 of whom live in town. If they can't get this right, assume they can't get anything right. Reject this application. Thank you.
Hi, Dana Henry again. Just to qualify that statement, the actual law says that the board of directors has to be a minimum of 7 at the time the charter contract is executed between the charter operator and the district.
My name is Raymond Allman, voter, resident, homeowner, taxpayer in District 4. Once again, you're here complaining about schools and what you offer to parents. We need more choice in East Baton Rouge Parish. We're talking about the percentage of economic disadvantaged children, and that just doesn't mean black children, because you have a lot of black families that are not economically disadvantaged. Did you know? So black does not equal low income. So let's get that straight. And so at the end of the day, there's not enough opportunity for black boys in the district, 2 of whom I have. You cannot just walk into Sherwood Middle and Westdale and Mayfair. You can't. And most of the kids there are are not black, and they're not disadvantaged at all. And so at the end of the day, we need more opportunity. The more people that go to other schools, it's more seats and more availability. I couldn't get my son into a magnet school in East Baton Rouge some 20-some years ago. He graduated college last week, right? Top of his class at NYU in engineering. And so it wasn't the opportunity for me to have to drive from Monticello to U-High for 12 years. But I did it because I built a house in Monticello, and Greenbrier was an F when I was there. So I wasn't going to do that to my son, Caleb, rob him of his future. And so you have an opportunity to bring the performance up for the district, give parents a shot at classical education. I'm rarely in agreement with Ms. Bernard, but I agree with her on this one. Give them an opportunity to do something different. And yeah.
Valencia Johnson. I'm the president of the East Baton Rouge Parish Association of Educators, and I would like to say to the board to be consistent. You just spelled out that you want to make sure that the vision of the superintendent comes into fruition. You want to reevaluate what you have. Be consistent. The first 2, you denied. This third one, you're thinking about it. Be consistent. Say no. We can offer those same things in our district that the innovative charters do. We just need to set up the programming. Be consistent. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Maria Harmon with Step Up Louisiana and also a constituent in District 8. And I would just like to read to you guys revised statute 173972, which is in the state constitution under Title 17. And it reads, "It is the intent and purpose of charter schools to operate. It is the intention of the legislature in enacting this chapter to authorize experimentation by city and parish school boards, by authorizing the creation of innovative kinds of independent public schools for students, Further, it is the intention of the legislature to provide a framework for such experimentation by the creation of such schools, a means for all persons with valid ideas and motivation to participate in the experiment, and a mechanism by which experiment results can be analyzed, the positive results repeated or replicated, if appropriate, and the negative results identified and eliminated. Finally, it is the intention of the legislature that the best interest of students who are economically disadvantaged shall be the overriding consideration in implementing the provisions of this chapter. That is in the first paragraph. And as you can hear, experimentation in state law has been said multiple times. And what concerns me is the best practices piece. I heard about the curriculum, and it's just concerning to hear if this is not tier 1 or not. And I feel like expectations got to be high if we're going to implement best practices. Why should we start at a lower level? No disrespect to anyone who has came up here to present their organization or speak for their application, but I'm thinking about our children. I'm also thinking about those Black and brown children in East Baton Rouge Parish that are attending charter schools and are riding on a bus at 5:25 a.m. I've seen this myself in my school district on LaRoque and O'Neill. And further up the street, they had small Black children hopping on a bus around 5:25 also to go to schools across the parish. This is concerning because it makes me think, what time are they coming home? Around 5:30, 6:30, because I'm seeing it myself. We're educating sleep-deprived children that way. I don't know if that really correlates with the overall goal here. So again, I hope you guys consider that in your decision tonight. And also, I don't know if this is the best option to go with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harmon.
Good evening, Dana Henry again. I just want to provide a little bit of balance to the discussion. The conversation around experimentation has been discussed in the state legislature and in parish school districts for a while now in our state. Every technological advance that we have has started as an experiment. We didn't always have the internet, right? It started as a military means called ARPANET to actually communicate in time of a nuclear war. But today, it is the internet. The same process, the same technological advancement we use today started off as an experiment. Power lights, phones, cars, all started off because somebody said, let's try something different. That is what we are asking you to do for today for kids and families in this parish. They don't have time to wait. They don't have time to wait. They are literally waiting on an opportunity, not just Great Hearts, although I'm part of the Great Hearts team. They want opportunities that don't currently exist, and they cannot wait any longer. So yes, it is an experiment, but not all experiments are bad. If collectively we partner as smart, thoughtful people with the community and parents at the forefront of decisions and partners in the decisions, it can turn from an experiment into a success. Not for us in this room, but for every child in this city who doesn't want to end up a statistic because they don't have enough supply to satisfy the demand that they need to be strong in life.
Hi again. Caroline Romer, Executive Director, Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools, and I am speaking at this moment in that role. I wanted to take a minute and actually talk about your evaluation process. As I looked at the presentation, there's a key word that is continuously missed in that presentation, and it's independent. The law and the policies call for an independent third-party evaluator. And while I do not know your evaluators, so it's not personal to them, I would argue there is not a level of independence that you are practicing through your process right now. You can look at that presentation, in fact, and see that the review team were all employees of the district, other than the lead evaluator who once was an employee of the district. So I encourage Dr. Narcisse, as he comes into this role, to consider taking a look at what the law says, what your current process is related to that evaluator, and consider building some more independence. And the whole point there was to find an entity that brings a couple things, including the skill set to be able to review a charter application and understand if it meets the terms of the law, if it meets the needs of the district, but it's also to create that third party that is independent from a district. Throughout the evaluation, it continues to, again, read more like a propaganda, frankly, for the district, and less about the value that is within that application. Second, as we've heard, innovate. I would also point out in the law, it talks about innovation, but it has 6 or 7 different ways that charters can be demonstrating not just innovation, but opportunity and access for students, professional development opportunities for teachers. So it's not just that academic innovation. There are other ways of innovation. Again, I look forward to seeing the vision. I think until you get that vision, if you are not going to approve charters, you've talked a lot about money, save yourself some money, just let Bessie know you don't plan to authorize any charters, and let those applicants go straight to the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Romer.
Hi, I'm Colleen Kissel. Please excuse my appearance. I was not going to come tonight because your outside evaluator said that you should deny all of these, and I thought you might have some common sense, so I was at home in my pajamas with my children until about 6 minutes ago. I love living close to you guys. We need to deny this one. That should surprise none of you, having seen me before at meetings like this. I just want to tell you, I have a liberal arts background. I love Socratic method. I have an English degree and a Latin minor, so I love the classics. Love a good epic in Latin. This organization in particular is not great. Part of my classics degree is actually doing the research, which means Googling the people. Great Hearts doesn't have a good record. Their Glassdoor reviews from their former employees says that it's a Christian institution. It's a Christian workplace, and they want a public school charter. So that's not great. They are pretty bad on transgender issues, which, Louisiana's not the best on transgender issues, but, we didn't pass anything terrible in the legislature, and hopefully John Belliverts doesn't sign the one thing that got through. They kicked out a kid for having braids because he was a boy, and when the parents were like, but he's black, it's a protective hairstyle, they were like, well, he's already left the school, so it's over now, and they didn't do anything. They had a homework assignment for a teacher who assigned homework to the kids to do the pros and cons of slavery, right? Okay, teacher was reprimanded but not fired and is back working as far as I can tell. And then just this last year in 2020, they fired a teacher for wearing a Black Lives Matter face mask. That's all easily available if you do the search. So in particular, this one is not great. Okay, sorry, I got out of bed, ran, put on shoes. I'm very tired. But I care enough about this to drive here in my pajamas to talk to you guys, okay? We need to not do this one, please, for me and my pajamas.
Good evening again, board members and Superintendent Narcisse. I'm Tanisha Ellis, representing BRAC, and I come to you again asking you to approve this high-quality, high-performing school. We're asking you to make a student-driven decision that's in the best interest of our students and our community and will be vitally important to boosting our talent pipeline. BRAC supports school choice and believes the board should give parents the choice to have their students experience this phenomenal school. So again, we're asking you to approve this school. Thank you.
Thank you.
the last person to speak on this horrible topic, so don't get excited. Number one, I like that the gentleman keep coming back up to the microphone to say something. The fact that you have to say that you're only going to allow 5% of children with disabilities, it sure is a civil rights discrimination violation. You didn't know it? Let me spell it out for you. I will see you in federal court. Boom. Number two, I don't think that we fully understand what it means to have all these charter scam experiment systems up in this building. Okay, so let me spell it out for you. We have over 11 charters already in North Baton Rouge. If you want this charter experiment, put it over there by Woodlawn. Let's see how quick your parents go be in here acting a fool on this microphone about the fact that their kids will get failed. I am so sick and tired of us always trying to say that we got something that is innovative. What is they doing? Tell them to spell innovation for you. Tell them to show us something that we can't do and that we are not doing. My child made the honor roll as a child that is nonverbal, that communicates with American Sign Language and an AT device. He got an award for being the most improved student. Not because his mama come up here and get on this microphone so much, but because he actually do the work. And because this school system, this traditional public school system, is actually able to educate children, irregardless of their ability or inability, irregardless of their socioeconomic class, irregardless of their race. And the fact that I have to listen to this crap from them, talk about pedagogy that they're gonna do that they don't even know how to spell. They don't even know the meaning of a cultural competent curriculum, let alone social emotional learning, which is something that we are embracing. So like I say, let them come up to Bessie Board, which I will be there in a dress and heels for them, and I will let it be known with the DOJ that they do not, none of the charter experiments, know how to educate children with disabilities. Let this board, this high-paid, salaried cabinet that we have, collect the data on how many of those students are going to return back into our brick and mortar buildings, the traditional public school. And then you will know from then on how you should vote. So no, don't approve it. Advantage is a big charter school system that should show you that they are a failure. All of them in New Orleans, failure. I don't need to continue to elaborate that New Orleans is supposed to be the model for the nation. And they have many federal decrees, all behind children with disabilities.
Thank you, Ms. Corley.
Good evening. My name is David Whidden. I'm a resident of District 8 and also one of the 3 founding board members of Great Hearts, Louisiana. And I just wanted to real quickly address a couple of issues as we talk about this. When they invited me to be on the board, I had to think about it, actually not very long, because one of the reasons I wanted to join this board is actually the same reason I think you should approve this charter, right? Is that there is actually a great need and a great desire for classical education in the Baton Rouge area. I know that because we participate in a homeschool co-op with a lot of other families who are actually doing classical education. And those are the kind of families that actually in many cases would prefer to be in a public school, but actually don't have the kind of curriculum or ability to be in that program that we'd have with a public charter like this. So I'm actually really enthusiastic about classical education. I've seen its work not just with my own children, but with other children. And perhaps even more importantly, my real day job is I'm a professor. And so every so often in the humanities, since everybody else is sort of throwing their credentials around, and every so often I get a student in my classroom who's classically educated, and they always stand out. They are great writers, they're good readers, they're good thinkers, they have a love of learning and desire, and they stand out. You know, it was really interesting that we couldn't exactly explain why this isn't a Tier 1 curriculum. You asked the question and didn't actually get a clear response, right? But sometimes I think you can tell the quality of a curriculum not by what's in the curriculum, which, by the way, was freely available for me on the internet the first time I found out about Great Hearts. Like, oh, let me look at the curriculum. It's right there. Right? You can look it up in a matter of moments if you want to. But what we have is Tier 1 results, right? So if you're really interested in Tier 1 results, then Great Hearts is the kind of program that you need to seriously look at, because the track record across states is super successful. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitten. Any other comments from the audience? Seeing no other comments from the audience, we go back to the board. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you for the enthusiastic introduction there.
I'm a little tired, Mark.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I understand.
And I don't have any
I don't take it
credentials.
personally. I'll try to be brief. Just first of all, I think the comments. I think it's a little misleading to say that the school is going to limit the number of students with disabilities or limit the number of students. I think those were just some estimates, but it's an open enrollment school, so that students can't be rejected based on having a disability or whatever classification. I do think this school is unique. It offers something that we don't have in the district currently. I think it's going to strengthen our district and give us another strong school within our district, and it's also going to expand our district and bring in families. It's going to give more options to families in choosing their school. I think overall it's a win for our district to include Great Hearts. I think especially if we're only committing right now to one school, I think it's a pretty safe bet. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballou. Is that better? Vice President Collins.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to my question on the curriculum. I get what they're saying. I do have an English liberal arts degree. That being said, however, we still have no way to compare, or there has not been a true comparison, perhaps, is what you're arguing. I also want to say, and why I went ahead and responded to that, is that's part of my broader concern. Like, I am actually tired of having the same conversation. I feel like it's a distraction from the fact that you have Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 curriculum that as a district we are forced to respond to. We are forced to put children in boxes, demand that they conform and fit in, whether it's something unique and better and different. And then we have a very punitive system and very demoralizing system in our accountability system. But I didn't want my question and my curiosity about the curriculum to be confused for, Ms. Collins is just gung-ho about this particular curriculum, particular application. But I also just wanted to take a brief opportunity to lift up that is indicative of a much larger problem beyond charter schools. Okay, our accountability system is the experiment. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Collins. Ms. Bernard.
Two things. I have something I want to say, but first, before I say what I have to say, I would like for someone from Great Hearts to come up and explain to the board what is a classical education, what is meant by classical curriculum. Is there someone from Great Hearts who could just cover that for us? Thank you for indulging me.
Yes, Board Member Bernard, a classical education is the marriage of critical thinking and forming the mind of the scholar while also forming the heart and sentiments, training them what to love noble and lasting things, great works of art, poetry, music, literature, problem solving. So it trains the affections and the mind together. towards human excellence. So classic means humanity at its best. So through those two modes, it trains young men and women to pursue human excellence. What does it mean to be a complete and full human being?
Thank you. Now I have some comments. First, I want to say to all those folks who want to compare this school to an existing charter school or existing charter schools, period, in Baton Rouge, I've heard that several times, and I don't think that that is fair. So let's take that off the table. I know that it is very late, and I promise you, if you approve this school tonight, it will be worth it. There's one factor that the evaluation does not take into account, and that is the location of the school. And along with it, the needs of the students who live in close proximity to the area Great Hearts has been provided with, and the lack of programming in that entire area. As they have mentioned before, they would serve children in the Gardere area. They would serve children in South Baton Rouge. I represent District 8, where Great Hearts would be located. Do you know how many schools I have? I have 3 traditional public schools in District 8. 2 are elementary and 1 is a K-8 magnet with selective admission. That means there is no middle school and no high school in close proximity for the students who live in District 8 or who live really between Mr. Tapman and Mr. Goday and I. Between the 3 of our houses, if you draw a triangle, there's just nothing except for these 2 little elementary schools. The school is not a magnet school. It is an open enrollment school. That means that it will, by simple math, be the same demography as the rest of our schools. Because if everyone applies to go to school there, everyone will be accepted to go to school there. But I recently saw, a couple of years ago, a report that said that 92% of the students in my district attend private schools. 92%, only 8% of the students in my district, in the area that I represent, and I represent areas that are similar in population size to your areas. Ms. Collins and I both studied public administration and public policy. One of the first things that we learned was that the failure of bureaucracies to make exceptions, to be policy bound. When needed, that administrators have the ability to sometimes go outside the norm for needed exceptions. We also both studied leadership in our graduate programs. We learned that sometimes you must lead with your heart and not your head, and I am asking that of you tonight. As I have supported the learning needs of students in your areas, I ask that you support mine and approve Great Hearts Baton Rouge. There is no more available land to provide for students in this area. There are no programs for students in this area. I am pleading with you, I am begging you to lead with your heart tonight and have compassion on the students in this area and in the entire district and approve Great Hearts Baton Rouge. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. Mr. Goday.
Thank you, President Tapman. This one presents a difficult situation. First of all, I thank Great Hearts for coming forth and putting this application up there for us to consider. And I also, in many ways, would like to apologize for some of the heated rhetoric that has been fostered upon your way. I think that is uncalled for, and I am glad that our board has had a respectful discussion of the issues here, and I would hope that all of our discussions could be that respectful. So I really appreciate you coming forward. I guess the issue that is in front of me is, when you go up in front of the Supreme Court and things, one of the things they always look at is where are the limiting boundaries. If you have any opinion being made, it's always, well, where does this opinion stop? What is the boundary that this hits? And I think Great Hearts is a good school. I visited your school in San Antonio and others, but where is the limiting boundary for us with charter schools in this district? Where is it that we say, do we have to accept every good charter that comes before us simply because they're a good charter and could be innovative? I started my career working in laboratories, and there were lots of experiments I wanted to run, but you know what? We couldn't afford to run all the experiments because you have to pick and choose which ones you run and how you run them. And I also understand, and I'm part of that area, where we have a lack of seats in that. So one of the challenges I want to give to this board is, if we turn this down and then we come forward with plans to build seats in that area, please give consideration to those things, because if you don't, the next charter that's come up will be approved. We need to add seats in our district, in the southern part of the parish. And so just be aware, we have to do it. If we don't do it ourselves, it's going to be done by charters. Okay? That's not an option anymore. It's gone too long, way too long, that we don't have seats in that area of the parish. And so, you know, with that, one of the things that I was glad the presentation showed earlier today is people can't say we're sticking our head in the sand regarding charters. You saw we have something like 10,000 charter seats coming up in the next 5 years. We've already approved KIPS. We've already approved an extra basis. We've already got IDEA. We have Helix coming on. We expanded CSAL. We've done all these things. We have charter seats coming online, a lot of them. And I guarantee you we're going to be facing facility plans. We're going to have to be shutting down schools. It's going to happen. There's no way for us to get around it. There will be a lot of community disruption as we go through these. We have a very hard 4 or 5 years ahead of us to get to the things that we need to do, and at the same time do the improvements that our strategic plan wants to do, and all of these things. There gets to be a limit as to what a system can swallow at a time. And I think that right now we have shown very good faith in working with charters. We have put a good charter system in place. We have lots of charter schools coming on, and the only exception of what we have done that I wish we could have done a whole lot better right now is have seats in the southern part of the parish. And so, you know, with that, I just cannot go for this charter school. I cannot vote for additional charters right now. But if we don't get seats in the southern part of the parish, I hope they come back next year or the year after, and we'll put them there and get the charters approved to do that. So, you know, I'm going to be casting my vote against the charter, but it's also a message to the rest of the board is we have some real issues that need to be solved, and we can't continue ducking those anymore. And in the meantime, we have a lot of cuts that need to come because of the charters we already have approved. So we have a tough 4 or 5 years. This is an easy vote compared to what we're going to have coming up. And so I just want everybody in the public and everybody on this board to recognize the job that we have ahead of us. Whether or not we you know, to me, approving this charter solves one issue, but it makes a lot of other issues even worse. And so I'm picking and choosing between what poison do I take on some of this. But we have a lot of hard work to do in the next 4 or 5 years, and I hope that we as a board step up to that work that we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. Mr. Lannis.
Thank you, President Tapman. I have to say that I am if I've never been in full agreement with you before, Board Member Godet, I must say that I am today. And I would be remiss as someone that has always preached about the things and the needs that I have in my district. And I hear you, Ms. Bernard, for that you need more schools in your area. I hear every single board member that lives in the southeastern area, region of this parish, and said they need more schools in their area. And I place this up on your heart and your head, Mr. Superintendent. Let's make that happen. If it doesn't happen tonight with approving these charters, let's make sure that when we come up with this strategic plan, we're talking about how do we install and put more schools into those areas, because our students, every single student across East Baton Rouge Parish deserves to go to a quality school, and it's incumbent on us as a board to make sure that that happens. But I can't take away something that you said, Mr. Godet, and that is that we have a lot of expansion happening. I don't know if our board recalls, but not long ago, we approved IDEA Innovation, which will be right down the street from the proposed location where this school wants to locate to. And last time I checked, that school is supposed to be a pre-K to 12 school. So we have to really seriously think about that. That's the reason why the strategic plan is so vitally important, and why the facilities plan is vitally important, and why we need to see it not long from now, so we can understand where schools need to go and where there's a need for students. So I just want to say I'm in full agreement with what you said, and I don't think anybody here is against any charter. As I said before, I think these schools are doing phenomenal jobs. It's just timing right now. And right now, we have to get things right-sized inside of our district so that in the future, we can make better decisions and better choices on behalf of everybody, more specifically our taxpayers, our families, and our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lannis. Ms. Ware Jackson.
Thank you, President Tapman. You know, some of us have been asking for so long for this comprehensive plan that shows us where all of our schools are, traditional, magnets, gifted and talented, charter schools. We need to see all of that. And, you know, I'm learning again, you know, about how many charter schools we've actually approved when they're planning to come online. And I know, like Mr. Lannis mentioned, and probably also Mr. Gode, about IDEA right in that area. So this is very, very difficult because we know we need schools in that area. And over the last few years, we've not had a board that was willing to put anything in that area. Even with saying that we're going to add a magnet program or a gifted program and then not have the seats in the school. You know, so we've got to really be consistent with our plans. And, you know, we've worked in the last few months, overworked around the strategic plan and getting the facilities plan. I'm disappointed that we haven't been able to see the whole picture before we come to this evening. So it's a very difficult decision because, you know, this is one of the schools I've visited. I've seen Great Hearts. I've seen the students in action, the faculty in action on a visit a couple of years ago, and was really impressed with it. I really like, you know, some say it's not innovative, but that form of education certainly was. There was a certain feel in the classroom, and so it's really difficult to deny this charter. So, you know, I am a bit perplexed, you know, because I saw earlier a more detailed report than what we saw earlier today around the effects of all of the charters that we have already approved and when they come online and what kind of effect it may have on the traditional schools as far as the budget goes. So, you know, we've been talking a long time about what's the plan for our traditional schools, our DNF schools, and now we finally have an administration that is willingly and just wholeheartedly behind that effort that we haven't seen ever, you know, since I've been on this board. So this is very difficult, but I do want to see schools in that area because you know, it's a population that has never used our schools, and so, you know, it's a hard road to hoe, but, you know, and that the plan that we have, the tax plan, does not address quickly enough the need that we have in that area. If there was a way that we could move some things up, you know, we found dollars when it came to getting Estruma online when we had no dollars at all. There's got to be something that we can do to improve the number of seats in that area so that we don't have to keep depending on or looking to or even welcoming with open arms the charter operators that are willing to go there and fill that need. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Ms. Ware Jackson. I have just a couple of comments. I want to thank Dr. Scoggins and your team for being here. I appreciate the way that you have presented yourself. I appreciate your interest in our community. I want to make a comment about, some comments were made about our third-party evaluator. I've known Ms. Blunchy for a long time, and I may not always agree with her, but I know that she operates with all of the individual points that were illustrated earlier in the presentation with high integrity, professionalism. I think she's unbiased, and I know she's knowledgeable, and I know that she has recommended to us in the past approval of many charters. And so I just didn't want that to go without saying, I want to thank you for your work. Whether you agree with Ms. Blunchy or not, I think she, again, I don't always agree with Ms. Blunchy, but I respect her. And so I appreciate the work that she does, and I didn't want that to go without saying. So we are, Ms. Dyson now has the floor.
I just also wanted to thank you for coming in, not only that, but for integrating yourselves into our community over this past year or two, establishing board members already here in Louisiana, really trying to understand the community and our school system and the needs. You hit it right on the nail when you chose an area of town that is so lacking in schools. And the demographics have proven time and time again that the entire southern part of the parish is severely underserved. And then we wonder why people make other choices when we don't offer them any ourselves, without really lengthy bus rides and overcrowded schools. And it is really, really good to finally hear a few other board members realizing that we have a real issue here. And I don't know which way this is going to go, but I would very much hope that you would consider, if this does not go the way you want it to tonight, that you would very much consider coming back to our board for the type 1 again next year, because we will at that point have made some real decisions on what we can and we can't do. And I don't feel that we'll have done everything needed. I don't think we can do enough right now. As much as we do, I don't think you can make up for decades of not addressing shortages like we have. So I know that you'll have other options in the meanwhile, but I really, really am hopeful that we can have a partnership with you, no matter if this goes through tonight or if you come back in a year from now, hopefully. So thank you so much. Appreciate all your time in our community.
The board is clear. The motion on the floor is to approve Great Hearts number 1. A yay vote is to approve Great Hearts number 1. A nay vote is against that motion. Madam Secretary, please conduct the vote.
Please vote.
A no vote is against approving it.
The motion carries.
The motion carries. That's what she's saying. Okay, so we move now on to organizational items. Announcement of meetings, Ms. Ware Jackson.
Organizational items, announcement of meetings. Committee of the Whole to be held on July 1st, 2021 at 5 o'clock at the Professional Development Center. Regular meeting to be held on July 15th, 2021 at 5 p.m. at the Professional Development Center. And the board meetings will return to the central office in August. If that's it, I will move to adjourn.
Ms. Ware Jackson moves we adjourn.